We are Penn State, and we are 1-0 to begin 2024 after the Nittany Lions defeated the West Virginia Mountaineers 34-12 this past Saturday. Of course, thank you for tuning in and listening, but you might ask yourself, why am I streaming this now? Well, I actually made the trip to Morgantown this past weekend as I was at the game in person. So even with, of course, already knowing what happened, Penn State with the dub, 34-12 once again. With already knowing what happened, of course, not stopping me from still rewatching this game now, as is on Fox at noon this past Saturday, and then of course giving my live play-by-play reactions here on YouTube. So yes, thank you for tuning in and listening, and here's the 2024 for the blue and white Penn State Nittany Lions. Of course, they host Bowling Green this Saturday also at noon, so be sure to tune back in live right here on YouTube for that. Those will in fact be live gets. So we'll get back to normal next week. Of course, I still want to stream this game, but audio only this evening. But yeah, as just mentioned, you'll see me back 3 days from now, not even a full week from game to game. Hopefully everyone had a happy Labor Day this past weekend, as of course the football season now is underway from the high school level to the college level. NFL begins this weekend as well. So it's September, it's the fall, the weather's starting to change. Thank God, it's been hot as hell. But could have, done without the rain a couple days ago with a 2.5 hour weather delay by all means. But Wednesday night, September the 4th, 2024, we're going to watch this game that took place on the last day of August, the 31st, just this past Saturday. So, be sure to tune back in this weekend. Both the blue and white Penn State Nittany Lions and the black and gold Pittsburgh Steelers are going to be taking on the Falcons this weekend. Of course, Penn State's taking on Bowling Green, and then the Steelers are at Atlanta, where Penn State last played to end last year in the Peach Bowl, losing to Ole Miss, as Penn State will return home this weekend for the first time since they beat Rutgers the Saturday before Thanksgiving last year. That's how long it's been since they've had a home game. They've had 3 games since then. Peach Bowl, the third would be on Saturday. The Peach Bowl, and then at West Virginia, which was a hostile environment, no doubt about it. Those fans were revved up. They didn't sing Country Roads afterwards because most all their fans had already left by the time the game ended, because it was over. Penn State wins once again, but enjoyed the trip. It was Penn State's first trip to Motown Milan Puskar Stadium since 1992. Of course, Old Mountaineer Field used to be downtown, and the stadium now, since 1980, is just a little north of the city. But Morgantown, college town for sure. No couches were burned. Got down there in one piece, got back in one piece. So that's all that matters. Along with the win, of course, with the rest of Nittany Nation. But we're gonna sit here and watch the game. So once again, thanks for tuning in and listening, and then be sure to tune back in this upcoming weekend for both college football and the NFL with Penn State and the Pittsburgh Steelers, as they'll both be playing the Falcons. I can't remember if ever, for my 2 favorite football teams there on back-to-back days, if they've ever played teams with the same mascot. Same nickname, if you will. I'd really have to do my homework there, unless anybody wants to do it for me. But yeah, be sure to tune in this weekend. So I guess with all that being said, we'll get the show on the road here. Go over some pregame stats that I had planned. Of course, decided to go to the game because just Penn State hasn't played at West Virginia since 1992. Not knowing the next time Penn State is going to play at West Virginia, because they don't have a home-and-home schedule anytime soon. It's seemingly going to be in the new 12-team college football playoff. If that works out in both teams' favors in the future, let alone West Virginia comes back up here as they did to begin the season last year, because their first trip to Happy Valley before last year was 1991, and then Penn State went down there in 92. Of course, they haven't played since then until now, because West Virginia joined the Big East and Penn State joined the Big Ten. Decided to go just honestly because 3-hour trip from Happy Valley, and not knowing the next time I'm going to get the chance to go down there for this, old school Smash Mouth rivalry that it once was. As Fox Big Noon had the game, Gus Johnson, Joel Klatt, Jenny Taft on the call. I'm your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Quinn Luke 96. Penn State leads the all-time series against West Virginia, 49. We'll make that now 50 wins with the win from this past Saturday, 50-9, and then there's 2 ties. West Virginia hasn't beat Penn State since 1988, excuse me. They were saying this was West Virginia's biggest home opener, season opener for that matter, since 1998 when they hosted the Ohio State Buckeyes in defeat, and then they also lose to the Blue and White 34-12 on Saturday. Both games last year and this year, similar scores. Last year was 38-15. Here we are, 34-12. Some decisions on whether to kick it, not to kick it, go for it, missed kicks. Could have had a couple more points there on both sides for that matter. But yeah, honestly, like I said, decided to go down. Not knowing the next time I get a chance to go down. Because, it's going to be college football playoff for a first round matchup, and either there or here or there, I should say, or then, be neutral site, in a bowl game, which Penn State's never played West Virginia in a bowl game. So, history could be made there, but, we'll see. So, with all that being said as well, going in the game, Penn State was a touchdown favorite. It went from 2 scores down to around 7 there in the lead up these past few months. Penn State was a 3 touchdown favorite last year and covered right at the tail end. And Neil Brown and West Virginia were pissed off, thinking Penn State was running up a score. Honestly, who knows? Win's a win at the end of the day. That's all that matters, because that's all anybody ever remembers, let alone cares about. Losses suck. West Virginia has Albany this Saturday, I might add. They should be able to win that. And then they go to Pitt. So eat shit, Pitt. That's one thing I said coming into this game on both sides, regardless of your for Penn State, West Virginia. They can all agree on one thing, and that's eat shit, Pitt. The Panthers, that is, not the Steelers, because there's a lot of Penn State and West Virginia fans that are black and gold Pittsburgh Steelers fans, I might add, as well. But yeah, Penn State was touchdown favorite. It was 7, 7.5, 8. Over-under was at 50. From last year, of course, to this year with recruiting, transfer portal, NIL. The big thing in college football right now is realignment once again. and then the 12-team college football playoff that expands from 4 to 12. The Big Ten now has 18 teams in the conference, adding the 4 from out west, from the no longer Pac-12, with USC, UCLA, Oregon, and Washington, and they'll play through those 4 minus Oregon. They'll get the Ducks next year in 25. Big 12 also did some moves, as did the SEC. Big 12 sort of had to. They were losing Texas and Oklahoma, their 2 main, powers, to the Southeastern Conference. So they went out and made some additions as well. West Virginia, even with the loss, to Penn State on Saturday, it's a non-conference game. It's early. If they figure shit out, they'll be fine. Because they won 9 games last year, won their bowl game. Probably, honestly, should have had a couple more wins. They lost on, a few last-second touchdowns, let alone, one-score games elsewhere throughout the year. So, of course, wish them luck. Just as always, whoever your favorite team beats, you want to root for that team the rest of the year, because then it's just going to make your win look stronger. Especially in a big game to begin the season like this. All eyes were either in Morgantown or Atlanta, because Clemson and Georgia squared off in the ATL, also at noon on Saturday. We're going to recap week 0 and 1 and preview week 2, I might add as well, so stay tuned for that. But 12-team playoff, honestly, it's get the hell in, whether you're a conference champ or you're, right there, 1, 2, maybe 3 losses, maybe even 4, depending on what happens through the year. They'll take the 4 highest ranked conference champs, and then if Notre Dame's up there, they're automatically going to be 5, of course, because they're independent. But then it's going to be everybody else in the top 12, but you don't want to be sitting there right at 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, because of course they can still move the rankings around, leading into the final unveiling of the 12-team playoff that'll begin right before Christmas. They'll have campus games for first-round matchups, and then they'll move on from there into the bowl games and the Final Four, and have a national championship game about a month or so later. But yeah, you just want to be in, it's sort of like the NFL playoffs, if you will. Just be one of those 7 seeds. Whether you're a division champ, whether you're a wild card. Technically, those 5 through 12 teams are going to be the wild cards. The top 4 are going to be your division champs, and then the rest they're in. They're going to have to host, and if they win, they'll go on the road, or you're going to be going on the road the whole entire time. It just expands the season. It took us this long to get to this point because they had to pay the players first with NIL, which of course is name, image, and likeness. So, they'll have the top 4 champs, everybody else. But remember, the non-Power 5, now the group of 4, because there's only 4 power conferences because the Pac-12 is no more. Say Bowling Green, who Penn State plays this weekend, wins the MAC. Or say last year it was Liberty playing Oregon in the Fiesta Bowl. Just as examples. I'm not saying that those 2 are, going to make it, or, anything along those lines. Or whoever it might be. The highest ranked non-Power 5 group of 4 champ is going to be the 12th seed. So that'll be the 12-team playoff. college football finally got with the times with technology. They're going to have in-helmet communication from the coaches to whoever the green dot is on the field, offensively and defensively. Of course, offense, it's going to be the quarterback calling the plays. It'll shut off 15 seconds just like it does in the league. And then normally it's the Mike linebacker on defense, but it, could be whoever they give it to. But there's going to be in-helmet communication. There's going to be tablets on the sideline that we saw this past weekend. You can watch the film in live time. You're not flipping through papers as you did 30 years ago when these last two met in Morgantown. And then there's going to be a 2-minute timeout at the end of the first half and the end of the game with 2 minutes to play in the second and fourth quarter. Also known as a 2-minute warning, but they're calling it a 2-minute timeout, but we're going to say 2-minute warning because that's what the hell it is. Yeah, thanks once again for tuning in and listening. I know I'm doing this a couple days late, but as mentioned, and as I put also in the description below, with all the social media and all the stuff you guys should go check out, that I was in attendance 10 of the game, so I know what happened, but we're going to sit here and watch it back on TV and still stream and give some live play-by-play, even though it's 3-4 days old live. But yeah, thanks for tuning in and listening. I'm your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Coin Luke 96, so be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. That's Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. Hit that red subscribe button, notification bell next to it as well. Over here on YouTube to stay up to date. Thumbs up button if you're excited for 2024 for the blue and white Penn State Lions. Share hashtag college football, hashtag Penn State, hashtag West Virginia. Chat questions and comments, super chat, super sticker, super like, super thanks. Always greatly appreciated as well. Video powered by Rogue Energy, HopeKThrifts, and Dead and Hungry. All those links are also in the description, but be sure to click that top first link that you see when you open up the description below. So, yeah, let's talk about the trip and the game a little bit before we actually, as I have it ready to go on the TV. Of course, tape the game on the DVR, and just remote waiting on me to hit play so we can watch this thing. But and I know I'm going to get pissed off at a few things as I did in person. I'm going to do this as I normally would. It's not a test run, but if you want to look at it that way, go ahead. But entering 2024 for Penn State now, okay? 3 new coordinators, offensively, defensively, and on special teams. Always got to rely on special teams. But Andy Kotelnicki's the new OC coming over from Kansas, and then former Indiana head coach. Not Tim Allen, not the Toll Man, not Buzz, not Santa Claus. Tom Allen is the new Penn State defense coordinator. We didn't see as many blitzes as we had the past few years under Manny Diaz, but I mean, Penn State's known for their run game, and Penn State's known for their defense, and their defense looked stout. So, not complaining one bit. Especially on the road. Hostile environment. These teams, fans as well, agree to disagree for the most part. I won't say hate each other. We all hate Pitt, those who eat shit Pitt. But I thought coming into the game that, now it might sound cliche, but just because it's the first game of the year and you're going on the road, which Penn State's done now to begin the season a few times past few years. And it's been in conference and it's been down to the wire. This game early was tight. First quarter was 0-0. And then, seemingly as they calmed down and relaxed a little bit, got their feet under them, they started to get in the groove and start playing. But I thought turnovers probably were going to be the main thing for Penn State. If they could get a couple off of them, then okay, it works out, even better, especially on the road. But if you turn the ball over, they score off of it, you're playing from behind, that crowd's already, revved up, you're going to be in some trouble potentially. There's an interception late from what I can recall. We'll see about anything, else early. The refs, there was a first down that they gave West Virginia that he clearly didn't get. He was short by a fucking mile. West Virginia went for it on 4th and short a few times early, and they probably should have kicked it. Because, at halftime, it was 20-6. Game could have very well been a hell of a lot closer, because the score it wasn't shown that at 20-6. It very well could have been 20-6 obviously, but 20-12, 13-12, because there's also another missed call. I will agree. The PI they didn't call on Penn State was pass interference, but because he clearly fucking pushed off on him, but they didn't call it, so it is what it is. Play on. A lot of people were saying that was a makeup call, and then a play or two later, I think Penn State scored. So the game was a hell of a lot closer than the score was showing, long story short. But Penn State with a run game, a couple years ago they didn't have it. They got back to it in 22, and they went on and won the Rose Bowl. Last year they had it back as well, seemingly third time's a charm. They're still running wild with Nick Singleton and Katron Allen. We'll get to full stats at the end. Normally, of course, I would give stats throughout the game, but going to be a little tough to do that since this game's already over with. So we'll go over stats later. But if Penn State can run the football and they need to, that was going to be another big thing. And then special teams. Play field position if you got to, which seemingly early both teams were doing. Even though West Virginia probably should have took some points, but they wanted to try to get more momentum on their side, but Penn State took it right from them, with some stops. Because Penn State going on the road, take points when you can get them. But then Drew Aller threw for 3 touchdowns in the first half. And, Penn State had a 2-score lead, but it was really a hell of a lot closer. The weather delay happens mainly because of the lightning. They would have played in the rain if it wasn't lightning. But each lightning strike adds 30 minutes. 2.5 hours later, 4:30 rolled around. They got back to playing. All their fans, students for the most part, left. And then all the rest of their fans left by the time the end of the game was over. So they didn't even play old John Denver with some country roads, Take Me Home. But we took the same country road back home to Happy Valley that we came down on with a win, I might add. So, 3 hours down there, gates open. Big Noon was in town for Fox. Then they were outside for the first hour, inside for the second hour. And, of course, with the noon game, by that point in time, everybody's in the stadium. Game starts, like I said, first quarter, it was deadlocked. It was like, all right, we're in for a dogfight. And, West Virginia went for it on 4th down a couple times, didn't get it. Penn State eventually scored. Scored again, I might add. The first touchdown, though, of course, should have kicked the extra point. The second one they did, but they ran whatever the hell they ran. We'll see it on TV here in a little bit. A fake extra point and decided to go for 2 and didn't get it. And so they're still having some issues, it seems like, with the kicking game. Because then, of course, they missed a near 50-yarder. I think it was like 46-48 late in the fourth quarter. We'll see about that a little bit later on as well. But, that's a big question mark, I think, still for them, right off the bat. As they had that last year, though, this time, then they got it figured out. So, I mean, some shit takes time. No, but then, West Virginia got on the board with a field goal. As Penn State had 13-0 lead, so it was 13-3, I believe. And then they ended up scoring again. In the meantime, you had a couple missed calls from the refs. On both sides, fans weren't, loving it. I did like the music that they played during commercial breaks, or leading up to plays, a little different compared to Penn State and some other away venues that Penn State's played at, but would of course like to have seen the tradition with Country Roads, but they decided not to play it because nobody was left. But who knows? Maybe Penn State will play down there sometime soon again. Have to go back down and be even a bigger game at that point, because like I said, it'll be a playoff game at that point. But no, the score at 26 at halftime, the game was a hell of a lot closer. It was, because West Virginia decided to go for it, didn't take points. Could have been 26 as it was, 20-12, 13-12. Penn State doesn't score, after that pass interference they didn't call. And then, like I said, the weather delay happens 2.5 hours later, as everybody's just standing around. Eat shit pit every 5 minutes, which by all means, yes, eat shit pit. But I was trying to figure out, okay, ourselves, let alone everybody else, when the hell is this game going to get started? Because go back to Penn State having 2 weather delays in their program's history. Prior to this game, 1st and 17 at Michigan State, they had a lead, from what I can recall, on the road against Sparty, and then they came back and lost. Michigan State won on a game-winning field goal. And then they had a weather delay in 19 against Pitt at home, even though it poured in Pittsburgh the year prior and Penn State blew them out. They had a weather delay in 19 at home against Pitt, and then, Penn State did end up winning that. And then, of course, with the weather delay this past weekend, they find a way to win that as well. And they came out strong in the second half. Game restarted about 4:30. Luckily, I taped the game and then the game after, so everything's here. We're going to watch it in full. Good thing about watching this later now on demand on the DVR is we'll be fast forwarding through all the commercials and the 2.5 hour weather delay that this game had. And then the second half, from a couple punts early from what I can remember, and then Penn State with a few decent runs and some good passes as well by both quarterbacks. They played both Drew Aller and Bo Pribula. Singleton had a better game than the Fat Man did, Katron Allen, but he did have the receiving touchdown out of the backfield, I might add, early, that got him on the board to begin the game. And then Harrison Wallace at wide receiver, and seemingly Omari Evans finally has stepped up. Of course, they got Julian Fleming from Ohio State in the transfer portal, as he was originally committed to Penn State, decommitted, went to Ohio State the past few years, and then transferred to Penn State. he really didn't do much in the receiving game. I mean, you could see him out there blocking, of course, but yeah, wasn't really involved with the offense in general. I mean, they really didn't target him. They just he's out there playing, but we'll see. It's first game, not overreacting, because I kept telling people, because remember, Condre Lambert-Smith left. He went to Auburn. It ain't gonna fucking matter, if he doesn't do anything. Because you talk about the big moves in the off season. Well, it ain't gonna matter, if they don't do anything on the field. He really didn't do much other than block, which, hey, he's helping out the team. That's all that matters. Just find a way to fucking win. Because turnover-wise from last year, there's whether they graduated, whether they, transferred, whether they got cut from the team, as a few did recently. This team's experience. They have depth still, with as good as jobs Franklin's done at recruiting, along with all the other assistant coaches. So, future's bright. They got Bowling Green on Saturday. I would think, we'll see a few guys, mainly probably everybody, by the end of the game, get some action in. But shit, Bowling Green last Thursday, opening kickoff to begin the season, returned at 100 yards for a touchdown. And then they had a couple other decent-sized plays and, put up 40. So, Penn State's been beat at home. I'm not saying they're going to get beat again at home by a MAC school, but they've been beat at home by a MAC school before early in the year. Go back to Ohio in 12 and Toledo in 2000. And then if that trend continues, they have a bye week, then they host Kent State. That's 2000 to 2012 to 2024. That's 12 years in between, folks. Not saying there's going to be an upset, and hopefully not going to win, but you just never know. That's why they play the game. Because, Kent State kept up with Pitt, who didn't look half bad this past weekend from the highlights I saw. But then Pitt, pulled away late. But, it's early in the year. Just, we'll see what happens. Of course, that's why I play the game. But let me skim through all this again, make sure I didn't forget anything. As I was saying, though, with the, second half, they just came out rolling still. And, West Virginia did score to get to the 12 that they ended up with. And that was that. But, Penn State ended up scoring, I believe, once again, after that anyway. So, and then the missed field goal happened as well. So, we'll see how good my memory is from being there live in person. And then telling you all this a couple of days later. And working it in with how I normally stream and call a game. Yeah, and then of course Penn State wins 34-12 once again. Your final score. So Penn State's 1-0, West Virginia's 0-1, but they started 0-1 last year, because they lost to Penn State to begin the year as well. And they finished with 9 wins in a bowl game. Bowl win, I might add, down in Charlotte. So, of course, you want them to win as many as they can. Once again, it makes Penn State's win look even stronger. If they shit the bed, then it doesn't. And then, we're not talking about this, So, I believe that's it. Blue Band made the trip. They're right there by the tunnel. From where we were sitting at, late in the game, of course, all Penn State fans were then at that point, together. Everybody went down that way, so we did as well. And then got in the car and got out of town, got out of the county, and got out of the state, and back home. So, yeah, we are Penn State, and the Lions are 1-0. Like I said, we'll go over stats later for this game after we watch it in full here. We're going to fast forward through all the commercials and the 2.5 hour weather delay once we get to it at halftime, because they had shit. Halftime was a good 18 minutes in of the 20 that it is for college football. The NFL is 10. And then they came on, please seek shelter, it's going to rain. I mean, you could see the storm clouds, rolling in. They were black. They were black as black gets. And, I mean, it downpoured. I mean, I know they showed it on TV, and the problem was the lightning. If it wasn't lightning, they would have played in it. And then who knows how the game plays out, Who knows? I guess before we do watch this, let's recap week 0 and 1, and then preview week 2. Just because then once we get over, we can go over the stats and then just be done. I'll give you more details about Penn State, and we'll get back to normal next week, this upcoming weekend, when they host Bowling Green. And they have an early bye. They're off the 14th, and they host Kent State in Illinois, and then into October. And they have a 5-game stretch that's going to be tough. So, yeah, let's recap week 0 and 1, and then preview week 2 here. Just before we actually watch this for the next. I mean, it shows a noon game. It didn't go over like 5:30, 5:45, but that's also with the 2.5 hour weather delay. But we're gonna fast forward through all that. So this stream, I mean, we might hit 4 hours. I don't know. We'll see. I don't really care. It'll be what it is at the end of the night anyway. So, all right. So, college football landscape has changed. The college football, we once knew it to be is really no more. The players are getting paid, through the collective. There's no CBA yet. It would be more level if there was one, as there is in pro sports. Seemingly that's going to be one of the next things they're going to look at, I think, as a collective bargaining agreement. Just so this school ain't paying, say Ohio State $20 million for a roster, and then there's another school out there like, whoever, don't want to name names, but they're paying only $5 million for a roster. When shit, some players are getting $1 million a piece, $2 million a piece, $3 million a piece, and so on and so forth. I mean, before too long, yeah, you have the 5 power conferences, now 4 power conferences. You might go down to 3 eventually. You might go down to 2. You might have one conference, one division here, and then the other there. Whether it be north, south, east, west, whatever, just looking at pro sports. But it's just the college football landscape we know it to be is no more, because before too long you're gonna probably be able to tell who the haves and the have-nots are, who's good, who's not good. Even though you already can tell that, obviously, but just like ranking wise, well, this team definitely shouldn't even been there. And then do they get regulated? So it's just going to be an interesting however long it takes to get to that point, if we ever get to that point. Because shit, it took 10 years from when the college football playoff initially started in 2014 to get to this point now in 2024 for the new 12-team college football playoff. So people were bitching during the 14 playoff when you were 5, 6, 7, 8, about not getting in. More so 5 and 6, but also just those teams right on the outside looking in. Now 12-team playoff, Well, it's going to be the teams that are 13, 14, 15, 16 that will be bitching that they're not getting in. And then, they're not going to go to a 64, 68, team playoff for the bracket like March Madness is with basketball. No way in hell for football. No chance. No. It's going to be more so along the lines of, it's 12. They might go to 14. 16, I think, would be the max if they'd ever, expanded again. Because then you have, of course, more at-larges, wild cards, if you will, in the mix. But that's the main thing with college football this year. They're calling it the biggest season ever. They say that every year, though. But it's true, though, because college football is one of the, if not the best sport on earth. And, the NCAA doesn't have as much control as they used to, let alone want to have. So, we'll see what happens. As always, that's why I play the game. But, yeah, from realignment, 12-team playoff, there's going to be some new matchups this year that you probably never thought you'd see as a conference opponent. It's going to be odd and weird, no doubt about it, when they do roll around, because you'll be thinking they're a non-conference game, but they're not. It's going to be a conference game. But just honestly, take care of business, win your games, and be there at the end of the year, and get in the 12. And once you're in, who knows what the hell's going to happen. Playoffs are a whole different season, a whole other story. And the thing with Penn State and a potential 12-team playoff now, they would have been in a 12-team playoff, I believe 6, if not 7 times over the course of the last decade. 14 and 15, no. So 16, 17, 18, 19, yes. That's 4 against 2. Another 2 to even it out at 4 apiece in 20 and 21. And then 22, 23, last year, yeah, they would have been in a 12-team college football playoff 6 times since 2014 under James Franklin, if there was a 12-team playoff. But there's only a 4-team playoff, and they're always on the outside looking in. So, they could honestly, really benefit from it. Just don't now make it a 12-team playoff as it's going to be, and then you're still fucking, on the outside looking in 13, 14, 15, 16, for God's sakes. It's like, come on, man, they can't catch a break. One of those. But we'll see what happens. Once again, that's why I play the game. So, had some games week 0. These were 2 weeks ago. So we're going to recap week 0 and week 1 and preview week 2 here before we actually watch this game. But yeah, week 0, August the 24th, right at the tail end of the NFL preseason. The NFL begins tomorrow with their kickoff game. They'll have Thursday night, Friday night. Of course, as the NFL owns Sundays, college football owns Saturdays. But then the NFL all day Sunday, and then Monday Night Football for week 1. And we'll preview and talk about the league later on. But Georgia Tech beat Florida State on a game-winning field goal across the pond in Ireland, 24-21. We'll get more into the Noles here in a minute as well, as they also played in week 1 against a former Nittany Lion. Montana State beat New Mexico 35-31. Had to come from behind to do so, but they did. So they pick up the win. SMU went to Nevada and won in a cold Reno at the end of August. They're up in the mountains, I get that, but still, it's been a hot summer everywhere. 29-24, your final score. Hawaii beat Delaware State 35-14, as that game potentially was going to get canceled because Delaware State missed their flight. How the hell that happened beats me, but they traveled, a couple time zones out to the islands, and Still lost by 3 scores. Getting paid to do so, but 35-14 your final score. And then last Thursday, we had a lot of shutouts, I noticed, week 1. Here's a few to begin. Last week, Missouri covered at 50, beat Murray State 51-0. Utah scored 2 less points than that at 49, beat Southern Utah 49-0. Kansas 48-3 win over Lindenwood. Western Carolina had NC State on the ropes, but the Wolfpack came back and won 38-21. Rutgers pick 6 early, sealed it against Howard, 44-7 win for the Scarlet Knights. Wake Forest with a 45-13 win over North Carolina A&T. UCF 57-3 win over New Hampshire. Buffalo 30-13 win over Lafayette. Penn State hosts Bowling Green on Saturday. Be sure to tune back in live right here on YouTube for those live play-by-play watch-along reactions at noon this Saturday, September the 7th. But the Bowling Green Falcons, to begin the season, returned to kick off 100 yards for a touchdown and really didn't look back, beating Fordham 41-17. Central Michigan with a 66-10 win over Central Connecticut. Arkansas with a 70-0 win over Arkansas Pine Bluff. Toledo 49-10 win over the Dukies of Duquesne, who made a run in March Madness last year. North Dakota State plus 10 hit, but Colorado wins by 5 officially, 31-26 your final score. Coastal Carolina blew out Jack State 55-27. UAB with a 41-3 win over Alcorn State. Tulane shut out Southeast Louisiana 52-0. Tulsa with a 62-28 winner of Northwestern State. A field goal game in the Twin Cities between the Tar Heels, North Carolina, and the Golden Gophers of Minnesota. As North Carolina had a touchdown and then 4 field goals. And then Minnesota, their total of 17 points, attempted a game-winning field goal, but missed it, even though they set off the fireworks already. And they were the lone Big Ten team to lose in Week 1. The Big Ten went 17-1 Week 1, with Minnesota the only loss. So North Carolina beats Minnesota 19-17. Louisiana Monroe beat Jackson State 30-14. Another shutout. Illinois beat Eastern Illinois 45-0. And San Jose State with a 42-24 win over Sacramento State. Oklahoma honoring the late great Big Dog Daddy Toby Keith in their win 51-3 over the Temple Owls, and the tradition will hopefully likely stick as at the end of the third quarter, beginning of the fourth quarter now, the Oklahoma Sooners will play Toby's hit song after 9/11 with courtesy of the red, white, and blue, as of course he passed away right before the Super Bowl this past year. Army, as he was a proud supporter of the United States military, they beat Lehigh 42-7. Michigan State got shut out at home in the second half, but still beat Florida Atlantic 16-10. Former Penn State defense coordinator and Manny Diaz, who took the Duke gig after the end of last year, Blue Devils beat Elon 26-3. Wisconsin was on the ropes against Western Michigan at home, but they jumped around and won 20-14. TCU with a 34-27 win at Stanford, I might add, as well. And then now everything from last Saturday. And then there's a game Sunday night and Monday night because it was Labor Day weekend. Georgia with a 34-3 win over Clemson. Ohio State 52-6 at home against Akron. Oregon struggled with Idaho. Dropped in the AP top 25 poll, but rankings this early, you know, we've all talked about the preseason rankings, whether they matter or not. But regardless, 24-14 win for the Ducks. A couple more shutouts here. Texas with a 52-0 win over Colorado State. Alabama did the same over Western Kentucky in their first game since Nick Saban retired. Kalen DeBoer takes over in Tuscaloosa. 63-0 for the Tide. They rolled, as did Ole Miss, who beat Penn State in the Peach Bowl last year. 76-0 over Furman. Notre Dame went to Texas A&M. Gigged the Aggies 23-13. Penn State 34-12. Of course, at West Virginia, we know that much. 30-0 or 30-10, excuse me, for the defending national champion Michigan Wolverines without Jim Harbaugh. Of course, he's since moved on back to the NFL with the Chargers. But the Wolverines win to begin the year. Tennessee 69-3 over Chattanooga. South Dakota State, who's a power in the FCS as well, just like North Dakota State is. North Dakota State went to Colorado, lost. South Dakota State went to Oklahoma State and lost 44-20. Kansas State 41-6 over UT Martin. The Canes, went up north to Gainesville, beat the Gators 41-17. Arizona with a 61-39 win over New Mexico, as that was the Pac-10, Pac-12, now Big 12 Arizona Wildcats, after a dark game, and it was a shootout, 61-39. Iowa shut out Illinois State 40-0. Virginia Tech Vandy went to OT. Commodores beat the Hokies 34-27. Maryland beat UConn 50-7. Louisville with another shutout win over Austin Peay 62-zip. Purdue the same to Indiana State 49-0. Pitt beat Kent State 55-24. Navy beat Bucknell 49-21. Cincinnati beat Towson 38-20. Washington State with a 40-point 70-30 win over Portland State. Indiana 31-7 over Florida International, who comes to Happy Valley next year, as does Nebraska. They beat UTEP 40-7. Eastern Michigan 28-14 over UMass. App State 38-10 win over East Tennessee State. Iowa State 21-3 over North Dakota. Kyle McCord, former Ohio State quarterback, now at Syracuse. The Orangemen beat Ohio, the Bobcats, 38-22. UTSA 28-16 win over Kennesaw State. Air Force 21-6 over Merrimack. And then Northwestern in their new temporary stadium, because Ryan Field's getting renovated. The Wildcats beat the Miami, Ohio Redhawks, the alma mater of Big Ben Roethlisberger, 13-6. Northern Illinois 54-15 over Western Illinois. Boise left the blue turf, and the Broncos went to Georgia Southern, and their running back had like a million touchdowns on the ground. 56-45 win there. Old Dominion almost upset South Carolina 23-19 though. Gamecocks win. Marshall 45-3 win over Stony Brook. Cal beat UC Davis 31-13. North Texas 52-38 over South Alabama. Mississippi State 56-7 over Eastern Kentucky. Liberty 41-24 win over Campbell. The Spiders of Richmond went Charlottesville, lost to the Cavs 34-13. East Carolina with a 42-3 win over Norfolk State. Oregon State 38-15 win over Idaho State. Arkansas State 34-31 win over Central Arkansas. South Florida 48-3 win over Bethune-Cookman. Baylor 45-3 win over Tarleton State. UNLV in their high-powered offense 27-7 win at Houston. Middle Tennessee State beat Tennessee Tech 32-25 in a one-score game. 34-14 win over Rice for Sam Houston State. Nevada wins by a safety, 28-26 win over Troy. Memphis, another shutout win for college football week 1, 40-0. Where did I leave off? There we are. 40-0 for Memphis and North Alabama. Auburn put up 73 on Alabama. A&M, not the Tide, 73-3. UCLA had to come back to beat Hawaii on the road, 16-13. An overtime game for Texas Tech against Abilene Christian, 52-51 win there. Another shutout, Kentucky 31-0 win over Southern Miss. BYU 41-13 win over Southern Illinois. Georgia Tech 35-12 over Georgia State. SMU 59-7 defeating Houston Christian. Louisiana Lafayette with a 40-10 win over Grambling State. Louisiana Tech 25-17 win over Nicholls State. San Diego State 45-14 defeating Texas A&M Commerce. Utah State beat Robert Morris from the 4-1-2, 36-14. JMU, no more Kirk Cignetti in Harrisonburg, as he's now in the heartland in the Big Ten with Indiana. But they still win without him, 30-7 over Charlotte. Texas State 34-27 win over Lamar. New Mexico State 23-16 over Southeast Missouri State. And then Arizona State 48-7 defeating Wyoming, and Washington beat Weber State 35-3. Had a good Sunday night game in college football this past Labor Day weekend with the Kickoff Classic out in Vegas between two head coaches who were at Oklahoma and Notre Dame respectively a few years ago. And then both were tied to their opponent in this respective game. Remember, Lincoln Riley was at Oklahoma. They lost at Oklahoma State. They played Colin Baton Rouge because it seemingly was a lock. He was going to LSU. He goes to USC then. In the meantime, Brian Kelly was meeting with USC, and then still as the Notre Dame head coach, recruiting for another school, and then he up and leaves South Bend and goes to Baton Rouge, and now he's at LSU. But this game was down to the wire. USC beat LSU by a touchdown, 27-20 in the Kickoff Classic. And then former Penn State head coach Bill O'Brien, now at Boston College, wins his first college football game as a head coach since November 30th, 2013, when Penn State went to Camp Randall in Madison, Wisconsin, and beat the Wisconsin Badgers after Thanksgiving in a game that nobody thought they were going to win. As you remember, prior year, they beat Wisconsin because they missed a game-tying field goal in overtime. Penn State already made theirs, 24-21 win. And then you have the interview and the bunch of fighters, bunch of fuckers. In his first year, they were 0-2 to start the year. O'Brien did something he couldn't do at Penn State and win the first game, but he did that at BC because remember in 12 they lost to Ohio. Went to Virginia and lost because Ficken missed how many damn kicks. And then he beats Navy, and then, with those two losses, they only lose to Ohio State and Nebraska the rest of the way, finish 8-4, 7-5, and 13 with that win, at Wisconsin. A month later, he left Penn State for the NFL's Houston Texans. James Franklin takes over and has been here in Happy Valley since. O'Brien, for the most part, since then, has been in the NFL. He was head coach of the Texans from 14 to 20, and then was at Alabama for a few years as the OC, and then back with the Patriots as of late. But then he actually took, after Belichick, whether he was pushed out, whether he retired, however you want to put it, New England with the Pats, wasn't going to be retained on the staff at that point in time. Remember, just January, February, Bill O'Brien was the offense coordinator for Ohio State for like 3 weeks, if that. And then the Boston College job opened up because Jeff Hafley, who was previously the defensive coordinator at Ohio State, before he took the Boston College gig, left for the Green Bay Packers to become their defense coordinator. Like, you're seeing a lot of coaching moves that you normally wouldn't see, and it's because of NIL. They just don't want to deal with it. But because normally coaching moves you'll see are, okay, a coach leaves a smaller school to go to a bigger school. We've seen as of late a couple big name coaches go to even bigger schools in their eyes. Just talked about those, actually, to name a few. But then you have, as of late, yeah, it's, well, if you get fired, you're trying to work your way back up, you'll take whatever. But of course, right fit, right time, as they'll say. And I mean, if it works out, it works out. But no, you're seeing coaches retire. You're seeing coaches, leave from college to the NFL, or take a smaller role. Like, shit, even in college, look at Chip Kelly. He was the head coach at UCLA. They're joining the Big Ten. He leaves Pasadena for Columbus just to become the offense coordinator at Ohio State. So, like, a lot of movement, and he only did that because, remember, O'Brien, then at that point, circle back around here, had left then. Like I said, Bill O'Brien was at Ohio State as the OC for a few weeks, and then he leaves and becomes the head coach at Boston College, and has only been on the job, a good 6-7 months, not as long as, everybody else that would have just got hired last cycle as well. Normally they're getting hired now late November, early mid-December, into January, but he got hired in February. That's late. Really late. Even nowadays. But yeah, former Penn State head coach Bill O'Brien and the Boston College Golden Eagles. They went to Florida State Monday night on Labor Day and ran the ball. They kept it simple. They didn't turn the ball over. They worked the clock. They played field position. I mean, it was a team that looked like Penn State did in 12 and 13. I'll tell you that much. And it's one game, but who knows, how they look the rest of the year. I mean, I would think they're easily going to be able to win 6 games, if not 7, maybe 8 or 9. I mean, shit, they're getting votes in the AP Top 25 poll. And I mean, Florida State was coming back there. Boston College said, no, you're not. And they just, kept beating them. And Florida State's 0-2 for the 3rd time under Mike Norvell. All they did all season was bitch that they didn't get in the college football playoff, and now it's reap what you sow. And they're 0-2. Because that's literally, ever since they won the ACC, which honestly, I mean, they got lucky in even doing that, because they had how many, close games last year, for God's sakes. And then, they say they got screwed out of the college football playoff when they were an undefeated conference champ. And then they get their ass kicked in the Orange Bowl by Georgia anyway. And then they lose 2 games to begin the year on 2 different continents, for God's sakes. So, fuck them. As Bill O'Brien would have said, or once said, supposedly, however you want to decipher the interview, but Florida State's a bunch of fuckers. And congrats to Bill O'Brien and Boston College, as they beat Florida State 28-13. So, with all that being said, now, well, shit, let's preview week 2 before we move on any further. And then I know I've been talking for the past hour. We're still going to watch this game. We are still going to watch this game. But the good thing about it is, once again, we can fast forward through the commercials and the damn weather delay we had. So, all right, college football now this weekend. Got a couple games Friday, Western Illinois, Indiana, BYU, SMU, Duke, Northwestern. One of the big games this weekend is Texas and Michigan at noon on Fox, so we'll be watching that along with Bowling Green, Penn State, and probably Arkansas, Oklahoma State as well. Those three are all on at noon. Kansas State, Tulane as well, Georgia Tech, Syracuse, Rhode Island, Minnesota, Akron, and Rutgers, Pitt, Cincy, Merrimack, UConn, Troy, Memphis, Army, FAU, and then McNeese State, Texas A&M, Tennessee Tech, Georgia, Missouri State, Ball State, St. Francis goes to Kent State, Utah Tech goes to UNLV, Northern Illinois, Notre Dame at 3:30, along with Baylor, Utah. The Cy-Hawk Trophy will be on the line with Iowa State and Iowa. So that game's normally always close. Jacksonville State and Louisville, Cal, Auburn, South Carolina, Kentucky, Michigan State, Maryland, also this weekend. Eastern Michigan, Washington, South Dakota, Wisconsin, UMass and Toledo, Duquesne at BC, Charlotte, North Carolina, not the city and the state. The Charlotte 49ers play at the North Carolina Tar Heels. Idaho and Wyoming, Temple and Navy, UTSA, Texas State, Middle Tennessee State, Ole Miss, Marshall at Virginia Tech, Florida A&M and Miami, Albany at West Virginia, Central Michigan and FIU, Gardner-Webb, JMU, East Carolina and ODU, South Alabama, Ohio, Sam Houston State and UCF, South Florida goes to Alabama. Remember last year the Tide had trouble but found a way to win, and then since then they, were unstoppable before they lost to Michigan at the Rose Bowl, and the Wolverines beat UW in the national title game. Buffalo and Mizzou, Kansas goes to Illinois, Sanford, Florida, William & Mary goes to Coast Carolina, Eastern Kentucky and Western Kentucky. I guess there's an issue with a whiteout or something like that, and somebody's not letting the opponent, whoever the visitor is, wear their away white uniforms. I mean, shit. Penn State's how many whiteouts in the past, and whoever's come in has always worn their road whites. What's the fucking problem? I believe it's that game from what I saw. Whether it was earlier yesterday, sometime recently. But yeah, Eastern Kentucky and Western Kentucky. So it would be EKU, the visitor, and the road whites going to Western Kentucky, and obviously Hilltoppers aren't letting them wear all white in their whiteout. But take a look at Penn State's whiteout, okay? Chattanooga, Georgia State, Cal Poly goes to Stanford, Virginia and Wake Forest, Louisiana Lafayette, Kennesaw State, San Jose State, Air Force, Northern Colorado and Colorado State, Georgia, Southern Nevada. Tulsa, backwards is your mom, but they play at Arkansas State. UAB, Louisiana Monroe, Southeast Louisiana at Southern Miss, Texas Southern and Rice. Western Michigan at Ohio State. Remember, they just gave Wisconsin trouble at night. We'll see if they do the same against Ohio State. Probably not, but you never know. Tennessee, NC State, Nicholls State, LSU, Alcorn State, Vandy. Colorado, Nebraska is going to be good. Stephen F. Austin, North Texas, Houston, Oklahoma. App State goes to Clemson, Long Island, and TCU. Southern Utah and UTEP. Boise State, Oregon should be interesting as well. Northern Arizona, Texas Tech, and Washington State in the Mike Leach game. Saturday night at 10 o'clock. So that'll be some late night college football action there for sure. Probably a shootout. Sacramento State, Fresno State, Liberty, New Mexico State, Mississippi State, Arizona State, Oregon State, San Diego State, and then Utah State, at USC. That's your preview for week 2. We'll talk more about all that this weekend as well, I might add. So, with all that being said now, I think it's time we finally hit the damn play button and watch this game from this past weekend with Penn State, the 8th-ranked Nittany Lions, I might add, and the Western Mountaineers, and Penn State with the new AP poll that was just released as well. They're still ranked 8th in the country, so there'll be 8 entering this weekend as well. But yeah, so that's it for now. Like I said, I'm going to try to tie some stuff together here as we watch this. I know what happened, but and also try to call it as I normally would and leave it at that. And like I said, we'll get more into the fine print with the details and getting back to normal next weekend with those streams. So I'll leave it at that. Just as always, thanks for tuning in and listening. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. Thumbs up button, share, chat questions and comments, super chat, super stickers, super likes, super thanks. Always great appreciated as well. So we are Penn State, and here we go into 2024. They went down to West Virginia on Saturday and beat the Mountaineers 34-12, but we're going to sit here and rewatch the game. So this is the stream. These are my live play-by-play watch-along reactions. So once again, thanks for tuning in and listening, and be sure to tune back in this upcoming weekend for Penn State and Bowling Green at noon. Game was on Fox. They had Fox Big Noon Kick on site, and here we go. Sold out. Team's about to take the field. Neil Brown grew a goatee. But yeah, these fans were revved up. They were. And here come the blue and white. Getting booed out of the building, and then West Virginia. So they sent it up to Gus Johnson and Joel Klatt in the booth, and it was a stripe out. Milan Puskar Stadium. Penn State had 2 designated sections rather than one big one. West Virginia seemingly did that on purpose. But we got the big one on Big Noon to begin the season. And we'll see how this looks on TV, knowing I was there and we're watching this back now. So, like I said, I'm going to try to call it as I normally would. I know I'm going to get pissed at some shit, so I'm going to be hooting and hollering, yelling and screaming. And the first quarter was deadlocked. Like I said, it was tied to 0 at the end of 1. Just good play back and forth. Nobody was given anything, and yeah. Since then, or after that, they opened it up and they started to click. But Penn State's got a blizzard offense. I could go for a blizzard right now, but. Yeah, James Franklin, the head coach. Andy Kotelnicki's the offense coordinator. Tom Allen's defense coordinator. But they still got to build around the football, obviously. They were able to, for the most part. After they got rolling, they broke off a couple decent-sized runs. They actually went deep. I mean, they just got guys open. That's the thing. Just get the fuck open, and I'll get you the ball, But take that next step, if you will, for WVU. Because, remember last year entering 23, before they won 9 games, and won the bowl game. Yeah, Garrett Green at quarterback's good. He can throw, he can run. Last year, you know, I mean, they had Penn State sort of like they did this year too, but they just quit overall running the ball, you know, and like they just, for whatever reason, I'm not saying gave up, but they just switched their game plan that was working. Like, why get away from it? But no, Neil Brown was on the hot seat. They won what they won last year. Now he sort of still is, but not. And then, yeah. So Neil Brown getting interviewed here before this game kicks off. He was at Troy for a couple years, which ultimately got him the West Virginia gig. And yeah, I was thinking they had Penn State, they wanted them early, but then they just, yeah, it was hot, and then no wonder it rained the way it did. Surprisingly, it didn't get humid afterwards. It stayed pretty cool. But yeah, these schools know each other. We talked about all that. So let's kick this sucker off and get this game underway. James Franklin needs 12 wins for 100 at Penn State. And yeah, the thing is, too, West Virginia won the toss and won the ball. You would have thought they'd be playing defense. Penn State's getting the ball, to begin this game in this crowd, but no. So, Yewusu, 99 on the kickoff for Penn State. And we'll be going right to left across the television screen right now, dial with that kickoff. So, vice versa, left to right on the return. And a fair catch signal for, so a touchback, and they'll bring it out to the 25-yard line, first and 10 WVU to begin this game. And yes, FYI, if you're just not tuning in, I know it happened. I was there in attendance, but we're still watching this. Thanks for tuning in and listening. We're going to have Devon Ellies and Zane Durant up front. Devon Ellies actually changed his name. It's now Devon J. Thomas. West Virginia on first and 10. Garrett Green looking to throw and incomplete because Jalen Reed and Jalen Kimber were on the coverage. And with Jalen Kimber and A.J. Harris in the Penn State secondary now. They both transferred from Georgia, but Kimber also played at Florida, I might add. So incomplete, second and 10 WVU from the 25. You'll also have denied Dennis Sutton and Adult Carter coming off the edge for Penn State as Carter switched from a linebacker to D-end. West Virginia with a 12-yard run. So, first and 10 Mountaineers, as their chant is, let's go Mountaineers. But empty set, bubble screen, pass caught. And number 2, Kevin K.J. Winston on the tackle. So, we got linebackers as Alonzo Ford, 50s out there now at D-tackle. He transferred from Old Dominion before last year, was hurt though. Did not play at all. You also got Keziah Izzard, as I was about ready to say, for the linebackers, as Garrett Green hands off about a 3-yard pickup before he gets tripped up. But yeah, you're going to have Kobe King, 41. Of course, his brother Kalen King was in the Penn State secondary within the past few years, has since moved on, is in the NFL. Tony Rojas, 13, from Northern Virginia in the Fairfax area, has really stepped up. He got a lot of playing time last year, so he's also there at linebacker. But in the meantime, 3rd and 6 here for WVU. We'll get back to the roster and the depth chart here in a minute. And a screen, but Rojas on the stop, 4th down. West Virginia will punt. One of the problems noticed, in person on Saturday, and even watching this back, is Penn State. They could not get hardly any pressure on Garrett Green the whole entire game. I believe they only sacked his ass once, if I'm not mistaken. But now it's saying part of the recording's been lost due to satellite going out. I guess it fucking rained up here in Happy Valley before. Okay, that's going to piss me off now. I didn't know it was going to skip 10 minutes ahead. We're still tied at 0 here. Penn State's still going to be on offense. Let me look up something here real quick. We're going to try to get these drive-by drives and the play-by-play pulled up. But obviously it rained up here before it rained down there, and the dish went out, which is going to do, so, well, I would have been pissed if I didn't go then. On top of pissed now, washing it back, it still would have been cut out either way, couldn't have watched it for 10 minutes or so. I don't know what happened, at least I knew what happened. So 0-0, it was West Virginia 4th and 6. And they punted, okay. And then Penn State got the ball. Singleton had a 5-yard run. Fat Man had a 3-yard run. And then Singleton gets a 1st down. But then Penn State fumbled. Yeah, they did. That's right. I remember that. Okay. But then, because of the very next play, West Virginia fumbled. And that's what we were saying, karma. That's right. But then Penn State went 3 and out because they got a couple yards on a run and then an incompletion and then no gain, so they punted. As Penn State special teams, Gabe Owusu's still going to be kicking off, as he did to begin the game. Riley Thompson, who transferred from Florida Atlantic before last year, the Aussie, was awarded another year of eligibility, so he's back once again as the Penn State punter. Now, kickers, another story, though. They brought in Chase Meyer from Tulsa. Ryan Barker has been here, as has Sanders Sahadak. And Sahadak's a lefty from Eastern Pennsylvania, just like Kevin Kelly was. And Kevin Kelly kicked a lot of good kicks and won him a lot of games from 05 to 08. But Sanders Sahadak, just for whatever reason, man, hasn't been able to click. And won the job last year, lost it after the West Virginia game, lost it during the West Virginia game, I might add. And then really didn't kick it all the rest of the year unless they, trotted them out there just because they were beating whoever by however much or losing by however much. But then he wins the gig again this year. Penn State's going to score here in a little bit. And then they were going to kick the extra point, decided to go for 2, ran a trick, play there up on the line of scrimmage. So he still didn't kick it, made his first extra point after that because they scored again and then again. But then late in the game, like I said, he kicked like a 48, 50-yard field goal, whatever it was. Missed it wide right. So that's your special teams with the kicking game. Caden Saunders is returning kicks and punts, as is Nick Singleton. So, yeah, all right. Hit the reset button on that a little bit just because I wasn't expecting that. But as I'm watching this back now a couple days later, as of course I was in attendance actually at the game on Saturday, still watching it, thanks for tuning in. It rained up here before it rained down there in Morgantown, and the satellite went out. So we just went from 4th and 6, West Virginia, to them punting, to that Penn State fumble, to the West Virginia fumble play later, to Penn State punting, and then that's when that's when in the meantime West Virginia got the ball back. They were driving. It picks back up here, 3rd and 1 with 4:28 to play. So I'm trying to time this up here. I believe we're right there. So I look back on the actual live play-by-play online here. Yeah. As I know it happened, so it's all good. This is the drive I'm thinking, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that West Virginia should have kicked the field goal, but they went for it on 4th down and didn't get it. Hopefully it doesn't do that again with all the part of the recording's been lost due to satellite loss. But here we go. So 3rd and 1, West Virginia, from the 26. And yeah, he didn't get it. This isn't the 3rd down to 4th down, though, or 4th down to going for it, that he didn't get it, and then they gave it to him. That's down at the other end of the field. So 4th and 1, 4 minutes and counting to play in this first quarter. West Virginia going to line up to go for it. As we go back to the roster, the depth chart. First game of the year, new faces, new numbers for some guys as well, I might add. You got Dom DeLuca and Tyler Elsden out there at backer, 0 and 43 respectively. 4th and 1, a long one. West Virginia going to go for it, and he'll get it. I don't know if Penn State, by this point, they might not have. I just remember, though, because that option West Virginia just ran. But Penn State ran an option play. At some point in time in the first half, it might happen already, it might not have. I don't know there with that doing what it just did, glitching, technical difficulties. But, they ran an option, and they got a decent, gain on it. And it's like, shit, what is this Blizzard offense? Taking us back to 2002 with Zach Mills and Larry Johnson, or what? But second and 7, WVU. Out of the gun with a back to his left, who will motion out near side. So now an empty set from the 22, 2nd and 7. And Garrett Green's pass incomplete with Jalen Kimber on the coverage. He is number 3, and A.J. Harris is number 4. Julian Fleming also wears number 3, but obviously he's on offense. And then Tyseer Denmark, the true freshman wide receiver from Pennsylvania, who was committed to Oregon, decommitted, and then committed to Penn State. He also wears number 4 in my head as well. But don't believe we saw him in this game. We might see him this weekend. 3rd and 7, West Virginia. Looking to throw, dump off, and a gang tackle with Dom and KJ Winston and Cam Miller from the Sunshine State down there in Florida. And this is the 4th and 1 that West Virginia went for. They should have kicked it, and then they didn't get it. Yeah, that's where we are. Also got a mean Vanover out there right now. They're going to sneak it up the middle, but he's not going to get it. Nope. Nope. Tamir Robinson playing some linebacker for the blue and white as well. He's from Brashear down in Pittsburgh. He's short. No, he did not get this. It's a turnover on downs, and Penn State gets the ball. But then remember, there's going to be another 4th down at the other end of the field. They went for it. Clearly didn't get it either, but then they gave it to him. They didn't give him this one, but yeah, no. It's the key. Wheatley playing some safety as well. It's going to take a couple games to really figure out the true depth chart. We know the roster, but, you know, when they're playing this guy, when they're playing this guy. So, turnover on downs. Penn State ball, 1st and 10. Minute 35 to play in the first quarter. And we'll fast forward through this commercial break. Neil Brown not happy. That's fucking bullshit, if you can read lips. So we go back to the action here right about now. So 1st and 10, Penn State from the 15 after the turnover on downs. Tyler Warren at tight end, 44 in motion. Drew Aller at quarterback, fakes the give, going deep for his side, and it's going to be caught. That's Harrison Wallace. Trey Wallace, number 6. He's really taken over the 1 now with Lambert Smith gone. Julian Fleming's supposed to be the 2. We really didn't do much. But then you saw a lot of Amari Evans, 5. But as Oos 71, Vega in motion, they'll hand off to Singleton for about 2 yards. You know, they got depth up front. They got depth. They got a 2-headed monster at running back. They get Bill involved in that play on the handoff at quarterback. But the depth is still at the receivers, but they still just need somebody to step up behind the top guys. That was the main problem last year. It's not like Franklin hasn't been able to recruit receivers. I mean, shit, that's been the one position. As Aller will find Wallace for a Penn State first down at midfield on a slant over the middle. Weird formation. They had 4 guys stacked top of your screen, but then Singleton goes in motion, and then it opens up the middle of the field, and that's where Wallace goes, and Aller finds him wide ass open, and they get the first down, and that'll do it for the first quarter. So, no, but it's somebody stepping up, you know, behind the other receivers. You know, they've been able to recruit receivers, and they've had good success. It's it's like how the running game was a couple years ago. Pause this real quick and get back to it. I didn't say what I'm going to say, but just, 20 and 21, with how good the running game was prior to that, and then they couldn't run the football to save their damn life, and then they got back to it and have been able to continue to run the football since. Seemingly, sort of the same thing with the receiving core. They've, always been able to get the ball to the receivers, but then last year, for whatever reason, they just, I get they had some injuries, but they still just had nobody step up. There's no consistency was the main thing. Offensively, you got to be balanced, you got to be consistent, you got to be able to run the football, you got to run some play action. Kotelnicki's offense, the Blizzard, it's going to be a little bit of this, a little bit of that, and it's hopefully going to be sweet and good. Just they still need somebody to step up at wide receiver, because if not, it's going to be a lot of 12, 13 personnel as it's been, and they're going to get the tight ends involved, and they got a lot of depth at tight end, I might add, as well, because you go down the roster at wide receiver, once again, it's Harrison Wallace as your one, Julian Fleming is going to be your two, Amari Evans from Killeen, Texas, as your three. Liam Clifford's made some catches for him, for sure. Tysier Denmark is a true freshman, as mentioned, from Philly, and he committed to Oregon, but decommitted, now in the blue and white. Caden Saunders made some plays for him. Tyler Johnson's a guy, along with Anthony Ivey, and Josiah Brown, that they're at the bottom of the pack, but they can, with just getting better each day, work their way up. Who else we got here? Because Tyler Warren's your number one tight end now. He is. And be followed by Khalil Dinkins from Pittsburgh. Believe Luke Reynolds caught a pass in the second half at tight end. I know Andrew Rappel, played. They have Jerry Cross still from Milwaukee, but he really hasn't done much. Also at wide receiver would be Peter Gonzalez, the true freshman from Pittsburgh Central Catholic down in the 412, but he got hurt, and it's seemingly going to be out the whole year. So, that's that situation. From the quarterback to the backs and the receivers and the tight ends. Fast forward here again. Start of the second quarter. Yeah, there was a thunderstorm warning up here around this time on Saturday. So no wonder that was the way it was. But it was nice and sunny and hot down in Morgantown at this time. But then it poured, of course, during halftime, and the weather delay for 2.5 hours. And then, they got back to it. But so we'll start the second quarter here. So Wallace in motion. Aller going to fake the give down the seam, has a man, Harrison Wallace, wide open, and he walks in the end zone. Touchdown, Penn State. As that is right, it was the first play of the second quarter they scored. 50-yard strike. And Penn State with a 6-0 lead, 14:53 to play in the half. But then here comes the, trick play they wanted to run on an extra point to go for 2, and then they don't get it. So we'll see how it looked on TV here. Yep. Feels perfect. Sanders to Haydack on to kick it. As Bo Perbiel was holding, okay. And then, they decide to go for 2. Fake the get. Perbiel rolls out and then throws it. Incomplete. Pass was intended for 18. That's the other tight end, Joey Schaffler. Yeah, where were all the wide receivers at last year? First play of the second quarter in the first game this year, they score on a touchdown pass. 6-0. And now we got, commercial break. They come back to it, though. It looked like the ref was going to say something. Now we'll go to commercial break, and, good Pacific Life commercial with the whale. They brought this back, I think, last year for the first time in like 15 years. You only see this during college football games on Saturday, so you never see it any other time during the week, let alone any time of the year. It's always during football season. It's the only time you see this commercial. So we'll fast forward here again. I'm sure they'll show another replay or 2 of that touchdown when we get back to it. Penn State had 5 passes of 50-plus yards all of last year. They already have 1 today. 1 the other day, I should say. So, let's make a blizzard or 2. Gabe Wusu on the kickoff. And West Virginia on the return from the 7-yard line. Out past the 20 to the 22, maybe 23, depending on the spot. Yeah, so for the 23, 1st and 10, West Virginia, Garrett Green, pass down the middle, caught. They said incomplete on this, I think, right? Yeah, they said incomplete. It wasn't a catch and fumble. But then it's 2 steps, and the ball came out. So, yeah, that's right. We were all thinking it was a fumble. Catch, 1, 2, and then he gets drilled by Jalen Reed. But the thing is, you got to have control and possession. So, yeah, they rolled it incomplete. Yeah, that's as close as it's going to get. So incomplete, 2nd and 10. Play clock winding down, they get it off, hand off, missed tackle, and then they wrap them up. Garrett Green's pass caught, but wrapped up right away by number 5. That's Cam Miller. Trimmed up his dreads a little bit. And so Cade Saunders is going to be back deep to receive the punt, and then Singleton returns kicks. And a whistle. Then stay with the timeout. So they'll take a commercial break and get back to the action here shortly, as they show off Morgantown. So West Virginia punts. Penn State fair catch at the 29. And here comes Drew Aller, 1st and 10. Yeah, like I said, the first quarter was... both teams were just side by side, not giving in. And then I'm not saying West Virginia gave in, but Penn State was able to make a play. So, oh, here's that option play. Yeah, Perbula at quarterback gets the first down, fumbles again, but they looked at this and he was clearly down. His shoulder was down. Yeah, of course, for a play like that, what's the call in the field? But rolling on the field, he was down by contact. Which contact in college, you just got to be down. You don't have to be touched. It's not the NFL. But, yeah, if Penn State recovers, which it didn't, but, yeah, they rolled him down. So, but this stood. This was Penn State's ball. It's going to be 1st and 10, second one, 1st and 10, Penn State. So that was the first thing, and then there was a 4th down. They gave the West Virginia, it was clearly short, and then later on you had a pass interference right before halftime that Penn State clearly pushed off, but they said no penalty, and then they ended up scoring on it a couple plays later. So, yeah, the officiating week 1, they could have very well done a better job as well. Normally for a game like this, Big 10, Big 12, or whatever conference, it's going to be Big 10 refs on the field because Penn State's the visitor, and then Big 12 refs up in the booth, as it was last year. Like, there was Big 12 refs on the field and Big 10 refs up in the booth because it was here in Happy Valley, but I still don't think they've said where these officials are from, so I want to take that, to the bank by means. Yeah, his shin's down, and then his shoulder was down, but ball's coming out in the meantime too, but calling the field is he's down. So you got to find indisputed evidence or return it, and you're not going to have it, and it's just going to stand as it did on Saturday. And I think this was the review too. They took fucking forever, and everybody was getting antsy, and it was, think about it, tell me something good, obviously, and, let's get this game, back on the road. Time for review. It's confirmed. So, first down, it stands, no fumble. Yeah, Franklin's on the field, Kotelnicki's in the booth, and Tom Allen's on the field, being a former head coach as well. So 1st and 10, Penn State from the 40-yard line. Aller, far side, incomplete, intended for Harrison Wallace. They're saying Aller right now, 3 of 5, 82 yards and a touchdown. That's as good as it's going to get for stats during the game for, a stream like this, watching it back. Normally I'd give them, in live time like I normally do, during the game, but all the stats that I see online are just, Penn State will work out the pistol 2nd and 10, or all the final stats. That's what I said earlier. We'll get to the final stats at the end of the game. Play clock 3, 2, they get it off, maybe a false start. But Aller going to step up, tuck it, and run. Yeah, and he gets a first down out past midfield at the West Virginia 45-yard line. And he did this a couple times on Saturday. He needs to do it more, throughout the rest of the year for sure, no doubt about it. Now they're going hurry up. 1st and 10 from the 45. Aller looking to throw, going to roll out deep and incomplete, out of bounds. Intended for Harrison Wallace, it looked like. 12:37 to play in the half. That's an interesting stat. 1 of 8 shots within 8 plays. They're taking a shot. Now got some wildcat and a false start. So 68 on the false start is Anthony Donka. You got JB Nelson out there as well, along with Oos, Eon, 53. Nick Dawkins is your center. Liam Clifford in motion, far side. Aller near side on the pass, caught at the 32-yard line. Harrison Wallace again, first down. Right on the money. Harrison Wallace, 4 catches, 100 yards in the first half, for God's sakes. He ended with less than 200, but he's still, 100 yards for receiving the fucking first 18 minutes of the game, pretty impressive. I get 50 of them are on the touchdown, but still. Singleton on the run for 4 or 5 at the middle. You also got 66 up front of the line, Drew Shelton. I believe that's the starting 5. So 2nd and 6 here. Yeah, Dawkins is your center. Oos is your right guard. It's like Donk is your right tackle. Aller hands off, 3rd and about 2 coming up. Yeah, 68's your right tackle. That's Anthony Donko. Oos, 71's your right guard. Nick Dawkins, Chocolate Thunder's kid. Nick Dawkins, 53 is your center. Penn State on 3rd and 2, lose a few. And then it was J.B. Nelson, 56, and Drew Shelton, 66 on your left guard and left tackle. That's your starting offensive line for Penn State. At least, this first game it is. 4th and 4. Oh, West Virginia, they just hand out free shit to you, too, by the way. You're buying stuff, but not much. Saunders in motion, play clock at 3, 2, 1. They did go for this. I don't remember this. Oh, that's right, yeah. Pass caught, Tyler Warren, first down, Penn State at the 20. Because I'm like, when the hell did they go for it on 4th down early and didn't get it? Now they'll go hurry up from the 20, 1st and 10. Got 8 shots here to punch it in. Allard, pass caught. Oh, this is a touchdown. Yeah, fat man, Katron Allen. Across the goal line, touchdown to the Lions. Boom. And fight on State. 12-0, extra point to come. It's like, no, don't go for 2, just kick it. Because remember, early they decided to go for 2 and they should have kicked it. Yeah, just a dump off out of the backfield. And you got green grass turf in front of them, everybody else walking downfield. So Sahadak on for the extra point. 9:46 to play in the half. And it's up and good, 13-0 Penn State. So Drew Allard with 2 passing touchdowns. 1 to Harrison Wallace. And the other to Fat Man. 13, everybody's favorite number, especially in October. Katron Allen, 13-0 Penn State. 13 for 13 there. From 20 yards out for a touchdown. So showing off some highlights of older games with these two. The last time West Virginia beat Penn State was 1988. They went on and played for the national title before they lost to Notre Dame. And the last time Penn State played at West Virginia, though, was 1992. So Penn State on to kick off. And touchback. 1st and 10, WVU from 25. Handoff, missed tackle, and then Zane Durant wraps him up from behind. Got Davian Collins out there, 29 as well, transfer from Mississippi State. They'll go hurry up. And Garrett Green down the middle, incomplete. With Jalen Kimber's 3, A.J. Harris on the coverage, he's 4. Okay. Like I said, they both transferred from Georgia, but Jalen Kimber also played at Florida as well. So From the 35, 2nd and 10. Fake the give. Garrett Green going to step up. It's a hold. And pass incomplete. Big hit. Once again by A.J. Harris. But that was one penalty they didn't call at all the entire game, was holding on either side. That's the thing with officiating. I don't have a problem with it. Just call it down the middle. If you don't, then I have problems. Or if it's like an absolutely absurd call, it's like, what the hell, you know? Third and 10 from 35 still. And Green. Pass caught at midfield at first down. And movement up front, false start. Back him up 5 yards. And Penn State called a timeout. Of course they did before the false start. So it'll still be 1st and 10 West Virginia rather than 1st and 15. And then they're down in timeout. Collins is on the coverage. So we go to commercial here again. We'll fast forward. Done. Yeah, 13-0 Penn State, 8:53 to play in the first half. 1st and 10 WVU from midfield. Trips far side. And Green will hand off before no gain because DDS denied done something and wrapped him up. Green pass almost picked off, and then it's caught, and then they get a first down out of it at the 23. Yeah, that was right in front of us. Tip drill. Winston should have had the pick, but the tight end able to wrap it up and get a couple yak yards out of it and get a first down. Yeah, they get a field goal out of this drive. That's right. West Virginia does. Yeah, because it was 13-3. And then I think they get another field goal. I think it was 13-6, and then it was 20-6. And Garrett Green's pass incomplete near side. With, I believe, Tony Rojas on the coverage. Yeah. High snap, they get it down. Green going to keep it for himself before being wrapped up by 100. Number 1 and Jalen Reed, and number 99, Keziah Izzard. So 3rd and 9. pass near side. A couple yards, but no first down. So 4th down, yeah, they kick a field goal here. So it's 13-3. .38 yards from the left hash. Kicks up and good. So, yeah, 13-3 Penn State with 6:15 to play in the first half. And Penn State gets the ball back here. Was hoping for about a 6-minute touchdown drive. I believe they go 3 and out. Or even if they do get a first down, it was a quick drive. Because then, West Virginia gets the ball back. They kick another field goal, 13-6 here. And then that's why I was saying earlier, like at halftime, 20-6, Penn State's going to score again here before half. That score with the way it is, the game's a hell of a lot closer than the score shows. 13-3, 13-6, 20-6. West Virginia doesn't, set up for field goals. Penn State doesn't score this late touchdown they're about to coming up, or before halftime. 20-6, 20-12, 13-12, anywhere, around there. So. Yeah, one of the seasons is going to be absolute chaos. You're going to have to watch. You don't know what else is going to happen. Because like they just said, everything is new. Big hit on the return, but Singleton gets to the 21-yard line. Chippy was a good word to describe the feel of this game as well, with the way some of the calls were going. Both quarterbacks out there for Penn State. Luke Reynolds, 85, is the other tight end that's playing behind Tyler Warren. Pass over the middle, high, incomplete, intended for Amari Evans. And Rapouille's out there too, 87. Handoff, Fat Man for a yard. So 3rd and 9 coming up. Allard far side, almost picked off, incomplete. So 4th down, no, they do go 3 and out in less than a minute, and yeah, they punted here. And West Virginia went and got a field goal, and Penn State got the ball back and scored just prior to halftime. So Riley Thompson on to boom it away. Almost gets blocked. And a fair catch of the 36. So 1st and 10, WVU, 5:13 to play in the half. And a quick pass near side, caught, pushed out of bounds. And he had a couple injured players early. Of course, everyone's saying we got hurt by any means. Hopefully they're okay. There are a lot of guys cramping up after the weather delay, though, into the second half. Because they were just sitting around basically for 2.5 hours as everybody, watching the game there in person, was just standing around waiting to go back to their damn seats. So the clock's running now under 5 minutes. 2nd and 3 coming up after the injury. And a little shuffle, but short. Third and a yard, and they give them the first down, yep. Because the Powell kept pushing. Oh, this is the drive, too, I might add. They're going to go for it on 4th down, and they're going to give it to them. That's coming up here, I think. Smith-Vilbert getting some playing time on the D-line, 92. And another give up the middle. 2nd down, 5. Garrett Green hands off again with a 1st down for West Virginia inside the 40. So as the 2-minute warning approaches, pass incomplete. 2nd and 10 WVU coming up here. Probably got 1, maybe 2 plays coming up before that. So a handoff again up the middle. Oh, boom, big hit. Kobe King. And yeah, that'll take us 2-minute timeout, 2-minute warning. Which is new in college football this year. Never has been that before. It's the same thing as a fucking 2-minute timeout, 2-minute warning. It's literally the same thing. So we'll take a commercial break, fast forward through this, get back to it. And then normally, of course, I'd give a whole halftime report with everything going on in the first half, and you know what they can do better, and you know what's going good, and so on and so forth. But like I said, we're going to go over full post-game stats at the end of the game. Really, just going to keep fast forwarding through everything, commercials and this weather delay that's about to hit. And then get the second half, you know, underway, and you know, roll on from there. 3rd and 8, and Garrett Green gonna be short. So yeah, this is the 4th down coming up now that they go for it. Clearly didn't get it, but they gave it to him in the 1st down. So now we're going to have a timeout, looks like. Now they're going to review. It was short, and he's going to be short again on 4th down, but they still give it to him. Confirmed. He's short. It's 4th down. So yeah, they went for it here. Clearly didn't get it, but they gave it to him. We'll watch it live. Penn State almost jumped. Hand off. No, he's short. He got stuffed. And the ref from the top sort of shuffled back, and then as he got it, Penn State thinks they stopped him. But then it should be a turnover on downs, but just wait. They're going to give it to him here. It's going to be a first down, West Virginia. It was a bad spot. And now they're going to measure. Elsden came up, made a hit. Ellis with DDS as well. Devon Ellis is Devon J. Thomas now. I gotta get used to saying his new change name he's gone with legally. So yeah, they brought chain gang out, and they say first down when he was nowhere fucking near the first down. Minute 12, West Virginia down 10, 3 timeouts. We know what happened. They got a field goal out of this trap. And then guess what? Penn State still scored before halftime with a timeout because you use the sideline. Get the hell out of bounds. I mean, it was a big play. You know, it was a deep ball that they, got in position for a field goal, and then they ended up scoring anyway. So now they're going to review this. Which the thing is, reviewing a spot, you're not going to win it. You're not going to change it. It's just going to stay the way it is. Because even if you do move the ball, you're going to have to remeasure, and it's, it's just one you don't mess with. And Dom DeLuca hit him, wrapped him up, and then everybody else just pushed him back, and he did not get that. That's not a first down. But they gave it to him, and it's a first down, and then West Virginia gets a field goal out of this drive. And then back from that other call just a little bit ago to this one, to then the pass interference they didn't call, like just making it up as they go and making it up missed calls, for the next thing and then the next thing. Yeah, back, and then he went forward. Yeah. Just. Yeah. They said it stood, which it fucking should have been overturned. There's no way that he got that, but they say he did, so got the zebras out there leading each other with their glasses that they can't see out of and their sticks. First and 10 from the, where are they at? 29-yard line. And a handoff and 8-9-yard pickup before Elsden and Reed wrap them up. Under a minute. I still don't know how Penn State scored, the way they did here, 20-6 at halftime. When West Virginia had 45 seconds, they could have drained the clock and kicked the timeout 13-6 at half. Remember, the other thing, too, about it was Penn State was getting the ball to begin the second half. It's like, all right, they scored 13-10, field goal that they could have kicked earlier, went 4-4. It could have been tied at 13 for God's sakes, to go with everything else I said with, the scoring being, a hell of a lot closer than the score is actually showing. So, just, yeah. And then after the weather, Penn State came out and boom. Just kept putting it to them. 3rd and 2, West Virginia, 45 seconds here. And pass incomplete on the slant. He threw it behind him. So they kicked the field goal here. It's going to be 13-6. Just think if they would have kicked it on a 4th down they went for earlier, they have 3 field goals, 13-9. Very well could have been tied at 13. Could have been, like I said, 20-13. 20-12. 13 apiece, 13-12, 13-9. But it was 20-6 at halftime. Because Penn State's going to get the ball back here up 13-6, but with a timeout in 37 seconds, and they'd go and score. Because of a deep ball and then a pass far side in the corner of the end zone. More so the front of the end zone, but did his ass hit out of bounds before he, was in. They said touchdown, and it was touchdown. So we're about to hit halftime, and then we're going to fast forward because, the 2.5-hour weather delay. Now, if we were actually sitting here on Saturday and watching this game live, I don't know what I would have done. If I would have just sat, and kept the stream rolling, okay, 2.5-hour weather delay, like, hey, tune back in, whenever. Or if I would have stopped it and restarted it, I don't know. It works out this way for me. I was there. I can fast forward through all the shit now, rewatching it. So, of course, I had to deal with the weather delay there, though. This is what it is. So West Virginia squibs it. Penn State returns it from about the 8. Singleton to the 27. So they got a 1st and 10 with a timeout in 32 seconds. And they somehow fucking scored. Let's see how it went. So 1st and 10, they'll run it up the middle and about a yard. So they call their timeout. Timeout, yeah. Now, 20 seconds. How the hell do they score off this? Oh, this one he goes deep. And yeah, he pushed off. Omari Evans with the catch at the 15. 8 seconds now, you run down and call your timeout. Yeah, that's right. I was yelling that because they weren't calling it. So then they did call the timeout, yep. So they finally went deep again. I might add, forgot to add this in a little bit ago, on one of the 2 previous touchdown drives, I forget which one it was, but on previous plays before the touchdowns, Drew had, Omari Evans clearly pushed off. That's pass interference. Yeah. But they didn't call it, so you play on. It's 1st and 10 Penn State. But on previous plays on one of the 2 scoring drives, I forget which one it was, but Drew did, 2 different guys. It was either Evans or Wallace, and then Warren was the other. They were wide open downfield. They obviously didn't show it here on TV. I was wondering if they were going to. But, yeah, they were wide open. He didn't throw it to him. And, but then they do go deep here right before half. Just a fucking go route down the seam. And Evans did push off, but no PI. He caught it. You play on. 1st and 10, Penn State now at the 17. Wasn't another one play later they scored? Or did they run a play and then they score off of that? I can't remember. They reset the clock, though, to 10 seconds, 1st and 10. Because remember, it was the first play of the second quarter they scored, and then the first play after they got that big first down to the 20, and then he dumped it off to Fat Man, and he walked in and touchdown. So from the 18, 1st and 10. Yeah, this is the touchdown far side. But they called a timeout. West Virginia did. Yep. So it's still the touchdown here on this play with 10 seconds. That's right. So what's coming is a 1st and 10, 10 seconds, but it's going to be a pass far side to Wallace, right? And he's in the end zone, but does his ass hit out of bounds before his feet are in with control and possession with the ball? Because it could have went either way. They reviewed it quick and said touchdown, so they kicked the extra point and went into half with a 2-touchdown, 20-6 lead. And then halftime went on. The bands performed, and then the teams were about ready to come out, and then that's when the weather delay hit. And then 2.5 hours later, they restarted. So 1st and 10 here from the 18 for Penn State. And Allard, far side in the end zone. If the DB would have turned, he might have picked it. But back shoulder to Harrison Wallace, who has now not one but 2 receiving touchdowns in this first half. Shit had over 100 yards receiving in the first 18 minutes of the game, and then now from 18 yards out. Makes the catch, left in, right's dragging as well, and then it's his outside of his right leg hitting with his ass hitting out of bounds on the white, and that's a catch and a touchdown, and Penn State make it 13, 14 point lead, because the extra points to come. And there was 1 second, I think, left after the kickoff, and West Virginia took a knee or whatever they did, and then, went into half. I don't know who they interviewed going into the locker room either, so we'll listen to that as we always do. But extra point up and good, 20-6. Penn State looking good, says Gus Johnson. Oh, if he even would have waited, he had Singleton coming out of the backfield wide open like they had Fat Man, and he probably would have walked in as time expired. He had Warren coming over on a crosser too. Allard, watching this back, 3 touchdowns in the first half, absolutely fucking picking apart their zone defense. They've manned up a little bit, but they were playing mostly zone. That's the thing. Man the fuck up. You're gonna succeed better on defense if you man up. You better have depth though too if you do that, because you're probably going to be subbing it. Play zone. All right, you're going to try to stop the run and beat them up front. But then you also got to be ready. That's the thing with a strong running game. You run the play action then, because that's how you beat them deep. They ain't even running fucking play action. Yeah, there is 1 second left here. after the kickoff. I don't know why they just didn't squib it. But yeah, Penn State's going to get the ball back to begin the second half, which from this time, it was about 2 o'clock Saturday afternoon. Hot as hell still. But with a 20-6 lead score, the game was a hell of a lot closer, as I've mentioned already. Yeah, who was the one hurt here? We couldn't figure that out. But 2.5 hours later, 4:30, that's when the second half starts. But no, they have a strong running game here still, but they're not even running play action. He's just dropping back and chucking it. Well, the second quarter, the first quarter was, like I said, deadlocked still with these two. It's been really just the last 15 minutes, not the whole 30. So West Virginia does run a play here with the second because they have to. Rather than knee it, they hand it off. And that'll do it for the first half. 20-6 at halftime, Penn State leading West Virginia. But we know here in about 20 minutes, the weather delay is going to hit. And 2.5 hours after that, 2.5 from now is when they restart. So it's like 2:10. Yeah, because you see all the dark clouds coming from the west. Yep. There's the blue band. They made the trip. And Jennings Taft's going to interview James Franklin, so we'll see what he says. Yep, no rhythm, they weren't clicking, they weren't syncing up. Penn State's 45-1 under James Franklin, leading by 10 or more at halftime. So make that 46-1 now. Yeah, they do. Yep, you don't want the defense out there the whole entire game. Yeah. There's a lot of alcohol consumed between these two fan bases, Penn State and West Virginia, on Saturday as they play Brad Paisley going into break. So, yeah, we got some mud on the tires coming home too, I might add, because of the rain. But, alright, so halftime here. They showed off highlights from this game, showed off highlights from other games, which we already recapped. And then they go back. This is how it was on TV. They go back as halftime was almost over. Like I said, both bands were done performing. And that's when they told everybody to seek shelter. Weather delay. So we'll see what they said here real quick, and then we'll keep fast forward. This is the clouds were dark. It fucking poured. It rained, dude. It did. And if it would have not been lightning, they would have played in it. But because it was lightning, that's why there was a delay. Because of player safety nowadays. play's been suspended. This is what it said on the scoreboard. Yeah, the game was suspended due to severe weather. You must leave the seating area immediately. Seek shelter, concourse restrooms, indoor practice facility, which we didn't go to because we're on the road, or return to your vehicle, which we parked about a half mile away, so we weren't walking back to the fucking car. Because then we'd have to walk back in the rain potentially if they get back to us. So where we were sitting at, we just, went to the nearest place, that concourse level that we were under something, and just stood there and fucking waited for 2+ hours until we got back to our seat, until the game restarted. So then it says re-enter the stadium when play resumes with the game ticket, because then they really just let anybody fucking back in. Most all their students left though. Their season ticket holders, hardcore diehard fans. Most all of them, came back, but then by the end of the game, they all had left and they didn't sing Country Roads. So, yeah, had a weather delay. This was only the third ever weather delay in a Penn State game that I can remember, as I mentioned earlier. So, we'll see what they have to say here, and then we'll fast forward and get back to it. Because remember, after it got done raining, the sun came out and they played on, and it didn't rain another drop. Like, it was gone. So like I said, normally at halftime as well, for a stream, right now I would be doing, first half stats and scores, taking a look around college football, recapping, previewing. Situationally though, just, with the circumstances, I had to change it up a little bit. So we'll, like I said earlier, get back to the norm this weekend. Which Penn State plays at noon once again on Saturday, 3 days from now, against Bowling Green in the home opener for the 138th season of blue and white football, as they're 1-0 to begin 2024. Up 20-6 here at halftime over West Virginia. They ended up winning 34-12. So West Virginia doubled their score. Penn State with 2 more touchdowns, missed a field goal. We'll get all to that in a minute, but yeah, look at those clouds. Look how dark they were. And it's about to unleash. But just seeing how it went on TV here real quick, and then keep fast forward and get back to it, because the normal broadcast, 12 to 3:30. You set the DVR, the max it'll record over is an hour. So luckily I taped what was on after, which was the Nebraska game. And as Cornhuskers and former Penn State and Matt Roll picked up whenever UTEP in their season opener. They'll play Nebraska again this year. They come to Happy Valley. Next year I haven't played them since 20. Nebraska hasn't been here since 17, but when Penn State goes back out to Lincoln in 28, it'll be every 8 years they go out there, because they went out there in 12, they went out there in 20, and they go out in 28 again. But regardless of all that, I'll digress. They're showing the radar on the big screen on the video board. And, of course, when it started raining, we were just, okay, when's it going to stop? Trying to figure that out, because if it would have turned into a night game, who knows what the hell would have happened. Yeah, be sure to tune back in this weekend. Like I said, get back to norm then. But yeah, I taped the game that was on after, and then, because if I wouldn't have, it would have, by the time the weather delay quit, it would have quit recording by, I would have only saw a couple plays the second half, and then that would be it. But we picked it all up in that, so we'll move on. And we'll see what Fox did in the meantime. I'm going to show off some more highlights. They actually put on UConn, Maryland until the UTEP Nebraska game started on Fox. And then once the Penn State game resumed, they got back to that and put Nebraska on probably FS1 or FS2, I'd have to assume, or even Big Ten Network, but I'd probably think there was a game on there. And I just kept showing the radar. And more highlights. And that's right, too. Yeah, West Virginia basically stayed in their locker room the whole entire time. Penn State in the visiting locker room, in which all visiting locker rooms are always shitty. They're always small. You have no fucking room. It's like that anywhere you go. But Penn State actually came out in the tunnel. You could see them sitting in the tunnel. They brought out... They brought the benches from the field and put them in the tunnel, brought out some extra chairs. They were just sitting there waiting. And I think what helped out, one thing was, one, staying hydrated as always, but just staying loose, because you don't want to sit around. You get cramped up. A couple West Virginia guys were getting cramped up, Penn State guys too, but no, it was like the new in-helmet communication with the tablets. You know, you can watch your plays back in live time. So we're still going through the weather delay here. Trying to get it back to, live TV with the game. And then we'll get back to the action. So, thanks for tuning in and listening. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe to social media. Links in the description below. So they put Nebraska on FS2, and there's the highlights of the rain, and it poured. It came down. It ran sideways, upside down. So part of the rest of this game's on this same recording, but then after the next 5-10 minutes or so, it's going to cut, and I'm going to have to get into the other one and start it from there. So yeah, it was about 4:15, 4:20 about this point, rolling up. But yeah, they're talking about the tablets, that you could have watched, stuff during halftime. Yeah, watch your film. Don't wait. And then remember, Penn State was getting the ball to begin the second half, but it took them a little bit to get going again. They didn't do anything right off the bat. But yeah, it quit raining. They came on the loudspeaker and said, hey, players are going to start warming up in like 15 minutes. We'll let you know when you go back to your seats. And then everybody was just going back to their seats anyway. So it didn't get humid, surprisingly, after it rained. It stayed cold. And then it was like 4:24, 4:25 when they kicked off. $2:19 officially. Not the road, but 2 hours and 19 minutes on an official weather delay because of the rain. And yeah, look at their student section on the right side there. It's completely fucking empty. They all left. I mean, hey, you're losing, go pound them back. Go hammer them. Two good party schools here facing off on the gridiron. So Neil Brown was complaining about the replay, and rightfully so. You got to agree with him. I mean, the refs have been terrible. But Penn State, to begin the second half, after the weather delay now, 1st and 10 from the 22 out of the pistol. Aller hands off to the fat man, K-Tronell. 2 yards up the middle. And an official timeout for an injured player because, cramping up on the first play of the second half after you just sat for 2.5 hours. From the 23, 2nd and 8. With Liam Clifford in motion, the little red dog. Hand off to the fat man, and he only gets about a yard. Had the touchdown earlier, but he might have had like 20 yards total all game. Stone cold, stone cold. 3rd and 7 Clifford in motion again. And early third quarter, Aller pump fakes. Gonna tuck it and run, gets the first down. So they did get a first down here to begin the second half. But I do believe they ended up punting because they didn't score right off the bat, I didn't think. Maybe they did. I can't remember. We'll see here. We'll all watch it together. How about that? He did that a couple times. He had about 3 runs for about 30 yards. If it, it's not a little bit more. I'd have to look at stats here when we hit final. But fat man up the middle again for 6 yards. So second and medium coming up. And now they'll work out an empty set from the 40. Bubble screen, far side, caught, fat man, and he gets a first down out past midfield. So they got 2 first downs on this opening drive. Maybe they did fucking score to begin the second half. I can't remember. And now penalty flag on the play. Got some dirty laundry. Personal foul targeting on West Virginia. And they'll review it. They didn't kick him out from what I can remember. He stayed in the game. I mean, that's helmet to helmet. But I think they reversed it. Or no, he did get kicked out because that's what I said. He'll have to sit out the first half next week. They play Albany. Yeah, they do throw him out. It's targeting's gone. Because they said, they'll say confirmed here. Because confirmed is, it's clear, it's good as on the field. Stands is, stands, they just couldn't find anything to overturn it. It was clearly helmet to helmet. We know that. Boom, yeah. Or no foul for targeting. Okay, so they did reverse it. Player not disqualified. I mean, if that's not targeting, though, then what the fuck is anymore? Yeah, 68, 77, 53 is your right side of your line. We know about JB Nelson and Drew Shelton on the left side. Okay, so that does it for that part of the stream because of, as I'll pull up the second part here, because of how everything was recorded, because it cut right there at 4:30. So luckily I taped the game that was on after. And when did this start? Oh shit, we're an hour behind now. I gotta fast forward again a little bit. We'll get back to it, because this would have started at 3:30. That's right. And then once they got back to the Penn State game, they put the UTEP-Nebraska game on FS2, they said. So get back to it here shortly. Just hold on. Gotta work through everything. I'm not used to doing it this way, but get back to the norm once again on Saturday and Sunday as NFL begins, so be sure to tune in. And you also get to see me. I'm just doing audio tonight to get this done and out of the way. So we left off with the targeting. Yeah. And they picked it up. And Aller on 1st and 10. Pass complete, Omari Evans, but he lost a few yards. So 2nd and 11. So 12 and counting to play in this third quarter. Both halves were about, well, the first half's almost 2 hours because of the weather, from the time the weather delay or halftime started and the weather delay started. So about 2 hours. Second half was about hour and a half, which is, a normal, hour and a half, first half, second half. Perbula at quarterback, Aller lined up bottom of the screen. Perbula going to keep it for himself and 2, maybe 3 yards. But loses his helmet in the meantime. And 3rd down. And his helmet came off, so he's going to have to go out for a play. So 3rd down from the 45. Warren in motion. And looking to throw. Good pass protection, pump fakes. Gonna tuck it and run again and gets another 1st down with his legs and slides at the 31. Cam Wallace in the ball game at tailback, number 26. He's going to be your 3rd running back behind Singleton and Fat Man this year right now. He got some carries late in the game. Prior to the snap, going to fall, start Penn State 5 yards, I'll re-put it down. They say 68. Yeah. That's Anthony Donka, who is once again your right tackle. Sal Wormley's out there, 77. They have him to rotate as well. Dawkins at center. J.B. Nelson, Oos, Drew Shelton, Singleton, touchdown. Let's go back to that. Yeah, it was 1st and 15 after the penalty from the 40. We're talking about the offensive line because of the penalty, but it's 3 wide with Evans in motion, and out of the gun a simple draw, and Singleton hits the hole and off to the races he goes, and hey, even leaving, he walks in the end zone from 40 yards out, touchdown. And 26-6, 10-16 to play in the third quarter, and they extend their lead to 3 scores, and they did end up driving in the scoring to begin the second half. Boom. Yeah, good blocking up front. It's where it starts. Got to be able to block around the football. If you can't, you're not going to be able to do it. Simple. Plain and simple. Sahadak on for the extra point. Up and good, 27-6. Penn State, 10-16 to play in the third. So, Singleton with a 40-yard touchdown run. Fat Man had a 20-yard receiving touchdown out of the backfield. And then Drew Aller has 2 passing touchdowns to Harrison Wallace, 1 from 50 and 1 from 18. Penn State. The other thing, too, I might add, was the point differential of the 1. Penn State, decided to go for 2, didn't get it. They'd have 28 rather than 27. And then West Virginia, potentially kicking some field goals rather than going for it. They'd have a few more points on the board. The Penn State drives to begin the second half. We'll fast forward here, get back to it. Extends the lead. Defense here only going to give up another 6 points. We know that. But West Virginia does end up driving and scoring. I think it's late third, early fourth quarter. So it's going to still be a little bit. But showing off some Penn State running backs. Singleton just went 40 and to the house. So 27-6 now. And Gabe Wusu on the kickoff. And a big touchback because of the fair catch. So 1st and 10 Mountaineers from 25. First and 10, Garrett Green will hand off again. But, down 3 scores, 10 to play in the third. No doubt about it, you don't want to abandon the run, because that's what they did last year. But, no, you don't want to abandon the run. Keep running it. But they're going to have to start airing it out here, which... they were trying to all game, but Penn State's defense was just, for the most part, they were locking them down. They were giving up short passes, but nothing deep. They do finally get to Garrett Green here before too long. They do sack his ass once or twice, but they had a hard time getting to him. You didn't see as much pressure as, you have with Penn State's defense as of late the past few years with Manny Diaz. I'm not saying Tom Allen's not going to. They're playing conservative, but they're still making stops. That's all that matters. Get the hell off the field. I don't care what it takes or what you do. 3rd and 7. And here's that sack. Speaking of the devil. Couldn't have timed that any perfect. Better than I did. And then Abdul Carter was there, as was Devon Ellies, it looks like. See a replay. Carter's going to start jumping off sides a lot, too, I might add. They got him on like 2 or 3 offsides. Yeah, pressure. It was Zane Durant and Devon Ellies. Devon J. Thomas now, he changed his name. Actually on the sack, but it was the pressure from Abdul Carter off the edge that forced him to, stay in the pocket. Fair catch, Penn State on the punt return to 37, so 1st and 10 blue and white from there. Up 27-6 with the 8:18 to play in the third. And it looks like they'll go to commercial break, so we'll fast forward here and get back to it and continue this stream until game's over, and then we'll give some more thoughts if anything comes to mind with anything that I haven't already said, for that matter. But just, post-game stats, since I would always do that anyway. Final stats and scores. But, just full stats, because we've already recapped and previewed everything, but we can't, because we're watching this later, can't give live stats as they would be coming and flowing through the game. You know, like I said, we'll get back to the normal routine for streaming this weekend, so be sure to tune in. But Sean Austin highlights. And it's going to be Penn State ball, 1st and 10. Ball at the 37 again after the fair catch. Handoff, Singleton. Or not Fat Man. That's Fat Man, 13, not 10. So Warren in motion. And Aller pump fakes near side. Gonna roll out far side. Wanted to shuffle it, but runs out of bounds for about 2, maybe 3 if he's lucky. 3rd down. 3rd and 8 they say, so 2 on the gain. As he looks to his wristband, I mean, they can still do signs if they want to, but remember, there's in-helmet communication. He's got the green dot on the back of his helmet. He's hearing, you know, everything being said in the microphone on the headset. It'll cut off at 15 seconds, which that would have been 7, 8 seconds ago now, but play clock winding down, they get it off. They run a tight end screen. Warren makes the catch, but he's going to be short by about 3 yards. So 4th down, and they'll punt. That was the drive I was thinking of, that they, you know, punted early, you know, mid-3rd quarter, you know. So here we are with that, but they did score to begin the 3rd quarter after the weather delay. Same with 10 from 40, and off to the races is in the end zone. 4th and 4 in their injury because of cramps. I don't know if they're menstrual or just, you know, cramping up because of, you know, sitting around. But West Virginia, Alabama, some other states, you know, I don't know. Which, Pennsylvania and West Virginia, they're a lot alike, especially the central part of the state. They're going to take a break. You know, it's all mountains. You got the, you know, Appalachians, you know, running through. Like, the people are, you know, more alike than different. You go to the cities, like downtown in the cities, that's a different story. Fair catch on the punt, West Virginia ball at the 10, but now it's that part that it was back and forth. They were punting here for a little bit. Not really much going on. But 1st and 10 from the 11 for the ears. Trips in a bunch, top of your screen. Motion man near side. Penn State jumped off sides. There's the flag. That's the first of a few offsides for Abdul Carter, number 11 for Penn State. Yeah. So 1st and 5. They'll take the down rather than the yards they just got. So 1st and 5 from the 16. And West Virginia out of the gun. Garrett Green looking to throw. Dumps off on the screen. And maybe a late hit. Yeah. They threw the flag on it. So another penalty. Give them some more free yards while you're at it. They called it officially on Abdul Carter, but Cam Miller was also there on the hit. So back-to-back plays, back-to-back penalties of Abdul Carter, and he's now on the sideline for the play. From the 37 now, so they just got, 20 free yards because of penalties. Fake the toss, Green gonna keep it, and they get to him. Let's go, says Tony Rojas. He's there with Alonzo Ford and denied Dennis Sutton. And Amin Vanover might have as well, 15. So no gain, 2nd and 10. And Green down the middle. It's incomplete because he heard footsteps. Wheatley and Miller on the coverage. So crack a cold one there. You need Wheat to make a cold Miller, that's for sure. And he heard footsteps. They must have popped the top on his ass or something, and he got scared. Down in West Virginia, here in Happy Valley, I mean, you hear that, you're running to the noise, not away from it. 3rd and 10. But yeah, incomplete. Play clock winding down, but another fucking offside, so another free play. Pass gonna be incomplete, so it'll be 3rd and 5. They would have got the first down, they would have climbed the penalty and took the first out past round midfield, but denied, and Sutton got the offside there. So still 3rd down, 4 to play in 3rd and 5. 27-6 your score, both teams with all 3 timeouts. So that's 3 penalties on this drive, though. And if this game's a hell of a lot closer, those 3 penalties are really hurting you right now. Third and 5. I mean, they're still hurting you, but you got a 21-point lead, so it's not as bad. And maybe a defensive hold that they didn't call. Pass over the middle, incomplete. So 4th down, 5. And now West Virginia's going to punt. So WVU on the punt. Yeah, no big plays for WVU. Another fair catch by Penn State of 12. So, since halftime, we've had a 40-yard touchdown and back-to-back punting drives. So we'll fast forward here some more. .442 to play in 3rd. Once they get into the 4th, especially Penn State having the ball under 10, they did work some clock. Aller out of the pistol, fake it, and incomplete on the dump off. That's Luke Reynolds. At tight end, yeah, it's been Warren, and then it's been Luke Reynolds behind them. And then Andrew Rappleyea. I really haven't seen much of Khalil Dinkins, 16 at tight end, who, has played a decent amount at the position in the past. Joey Schaffler, haven't seen him too much either. But then it's Warren and Luke Reynolds and Andrew Rappleyea, and they still also have Jerry Cross. I haven't seen much of him either. So the 6 that they have, they're playing 3 and they're not playing 3. 2nd and 1 coming up. So Dawkins up on the ball, but the rest of them are in the huddle. And then they really move. And a quick snap, handoff on 2nd and a yard. Singleton gets a first down. So that's a little different. So 1st and 10 from the 24. All they're talking about is the past. Let's talk about now and the future. We know what they've done. We know what they haven't done. It is what it is. Enough's enough. Flag on the play on the deep ball far side. We'll see what it is. Might be a PI. No foul on the play. They pick it up. Yeah, that's a good no call. That's a good no call. They pick it up. So after the timeout once again, 2nd and 10 with 3:08 to play in the 3rd. West Virginia's had a lot of guys cramp up since halftime. Hand off to the fat man, and he gets another 2 yards up the middle. I mean, you know how Big Ten football is. It's 3 yards in the cloud dust. Must have been 5 o'clock with about 2:55 to play in the 3rd because the Fox 8 graphic just popped up on the screen. Because this game was over between 5:30 and 5:45. So like I said, shouldn't be too much longer here. Continue to watch. what has already happened and what continues to happen with more West Virginia players go down with cramps. One every play or one every other play at 3. So as Gus Johnson just said, 3rd and 8 from the 26 for Penn State. And Wallace in motion, and now a whistle with a timeout. Jesus fucking Christ. And Penn State calls a timeout after all that. Good God. 30 seconds, so they'll stick with it. Third and 8 once again after the timeout. Aller gonna step up, avoid a sack, roll out again for her side. And keep it, but he'll be short. It'll be about 4th and 3, 4th and 4. As he gets tackled out of bounds. So they'll punt. That's some trash talking. That's for sure. Penn State punts again. Riley Thompson booms it to the 29. Fair catch 7-4 for West Virginia there with 1:42 to play in the 3rd. So out of the gun, Garrett Green gets a snap. Pass going to be caught out past midfield with Wheatley and Winston, I believe. Yeah, KJ Winston, number 2. He changed his number. He was 21. Now he's 2 because Keaton Owls ain't in town anymore. Former State College grad and played at Penn State. But, Wheatley and Winston on the attack. Just need another W to Doc Connor. Hand off on a draw to the 40 for about 4, maybe 5. So now under a minute to play in this 3rd quarter, 2nd and 5. Green's pass caught and went on the stout. That might do it for the third quarter. Boom, big hit. 3, 2, 1. They won't get it off. And that'll do it for the third quarter. So Penn State leads West Virginia at the end of the third with 15 to play, 27-6. PennStateClothes.com. 24/7 get the gear. PennStateClothes.com, you know it. So 1st and 10, West Virginia from the 15-yard line to begin this final 15 minutes of play. Unless we go to overtime, which we don't, because Penn State won at 34-12. So Penn State adds another 7, West Virginia adds another 6, and that's that. Penn State also missed a field goal. Second and 15 from the 20. As they lost about 5 or so on that play. Penn State might have jumped off sides again. And there's those flags. So yeah, we'll get those 5 yards back they just lost on a penalty. Or because of a penalty. It'll be 2nd and 10 back at the 15. Yep. Abdul Carter had 2 offsides and a 15-yard late hit out of bounds, and then Denida Sutton had an offside, and then I think there's something else. So 2nd and 10 from the 15. And Garrett Green's pass incomplete. Audio picked that up. That's a good one. They won't be showing a highlight of that, at least with the audio, they won't be. Yeah. West Virginia going to call timeout. They get it off. And Garrett Green's pass in the end zone high, incomplete. And they got a 4th and 10. Which they went for it, they get it, and then they end up scoring. And 16, Elliott Washington on the coverage. He's the one that had the pick. Yeah. Remember, they would have King Mack back in the secondary too, but he transferred to Alabama. And 4th and 10 for West Virginia. And pass going to be caught at the 1. So 1st and goal. And then they'll end up punching in here in a couple plays. Backup quarterback in here. So first and goal from the 1. And no, he won't get in. So second and goal from about the half-yard line. Out of the eye, they'll fake it, pass, incomplete. He short-hopped it to the man wide open in the end zone. Third and goal from the same spot. So third and goal, give it up again up the middle. And they signal a touchdown West Virginia. So they fire the cannons, and rather than the first 2 field goals and, going for it when they probably could have kicked another couple field goals, they do finally score a touchdown. I mean, he's short. He's fucking short. They said touchdown on the field, though, so the way the fucking refs have called today's game, especially with the review, we'll see what this is. But, just think, they have, another 2 field goals with this touchdown? They're down a touchdown or so, 8, maybe 9 points. I get 9 points, it's still 2 possessions, but... it's about a 1-score game rather than being down 14-15. And then even more after another Penn State touchdown here before too long. So they said touchdown. West Virginia went for 2, so that's how they have the 12. But then, they're still going to have the 12 because they don't get the 2. Because they sacked them. Tony Rojas and Abdul Carter back at the 20. They brought pressure and they took them down. So 27-12, 15-point leads, 2-score game. But they'd have to score, kick the extra point, score, and go for 2 just to tie, along with holding, which they didn't. 27-12, 12:49 to play. Penn State's going to score here once more, 34-12, and that's your final score. So we'll keep fast forward here. We'll get through it. And then, like I said, we'll give final stats and scores. So West Virginia going to kick off. The Pooch kick it. 25-yard line to the 30 goes Andrew Rapplier on the return. He didn't even get on a touchdown run. He was short on the 4th down, the touchdown run, a couple other shit. These fucking refs today. Well, on Saturday, technically, but you get what I'm saying. But then Penn State got away with the PI. Offsides have been clear as day. I mean, the refs have been trying, but they're still messing up, man. So Allard out of the pistol, handoff Singleton, and he's out past midfield and gets brought down with a horse collar, or else, and there's no penalty for that, or else he would have been in the end zone touchdown, just like that. Another one-play touchdown. Starts up front, you got to be able to block, and boom, 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 he cut back and hit the hole, and just shit, you could have fit whatever the hell you wanted through that. And that's a horse collar tackle, and they didn't call it. 1st and 10 from the 30. Or else he'd be celebrating, he'd be kicking an extra point right now. They end up scoring on this anyway. Prabula is going to hit, as he's in at quarterback right now. He's going to hit Tyler Warren for a touchdown here in a couple minutes. Because then Western, he gets the ball back, and then Penn State gets the ball back, and then they work clock. But then they miss the field goal, and then, Western gets the ball back, and then that's about it. Second and 10, another handoff Singleton, and Cam Wallace, 26, was also in there at tailback, but was just a little too fast for blocking. And they got tangled up, and then Singleton goes down, gets caught up, brought down 3rd and 3. So 10.5 to play, 3rd and 3 here from the 23. Allard, quarterback draw, stiff arm, sit your ass down, and he gets a first down. They'll move the sticks. Allard's had some good runs in this game, he has. He needs to keep doing it. If nobody's open, tuck it and run. Some more trash talking. Yeah, fuck you. And handoff, Fat Man, maybe 2. They'll give him a yard. Prabula in at quarterback. Drew's still on the field, though, too. Lined up at wide receiver, top of your screen. Fat Man going to motion out with him. So now an empty set. And then Prabula fakes the give. There's Warren wide open. Caught, touchdown. And those will be the last points of the game, folks. With 9 minutes on the dot to play. 33-12. Extra point to come. Washington's going to get the ball back. They really don't do much. Penn State gets the ball back. They work clock. They miss a field goal from about 46-48. Wide right from a lefty kicker, Sanders Haydak. And then, he had another guy coming across the middle wide open, too, if he didn't throw it to Warren right away. So, it still probably would have been a touchdown. It's just picking apart this defense. Extra point, up and good, but just barely. Yeah, so Haydak's kicks. He's a lefty, but he hooks them too right. Like, he needs to straighten him out a little bit. I think that's his problem. So extra point up and good, 34-12 with 9 minutes to play. So fast forward here again a little bit. Go back to it. Penn State can be back out on defense. And this was the Aflac trivia question for anybody wondering. Who was the last team to win a national championship after being ranked outside of the AP preseason top 5? That's a good one. They say Florida State from a decade ago. Touchback on the kick. Oh, they say LSU in 19. They were ranked 6th. Oh, big difference from 5 to 6. Other than one spot. All right. Anyways. So Penn State's ranked 8th. So we'll see if history repeats itself here 5 years later. 1st and 10, West Virginia. And Garrett Green on quarterback keeper. Going to slide and get a first down. Winston and Harris touch him to say he's down. But you don't need to be touched in college football to be down. Once you're down on the ground, you're down. NFL is a different story. You got to be touched down by contact. 1st and 10 and 35. Garrett Green looking to throw, going deep, and a flag with coverage from Kimber. We'll see if they call it here. This has to be a PI. Oh yeah, he was holding the whole fucking way. Pass interference on Penn State. That's a good call. So now 1st and 10 from midfield for WVU. And Garrett Green looking to throw again. And strip sack. And Penn State has it, denied Dennis Sutton on the recovery. So 1st and 10, Penn State with a 34-12 lead. 8-13, not 8-1-4, but 8-13 to play. And now this is when they started to work clock. They took a good 5-6 minutes off the clock from what I can remember. They ran the ball and worked the play clock, and yeah. Ended up missing the field goal, and then Western got the ball back, and then that's all she wrote. They didn't do anything. Game was over. Because there's like less than 2 minutes left from what I can remember. So we'll see how it plays out here again. But there's a turnover for you on the road, you know, especially late. I don't care if you have your lead or not. I mean, that's a big turnover. I mean, it's better off you already have your lead, but just say you didn't, or just say the game's a hell of a lot closer. You know, as the score could be shown if there are, you know, some more points, you know, scored because of some play calls from earlier. You know, and whether you did them or not. Cam Wallace on the give, number 26. He's the third running back behind Singleton and Fat Man. He's from Georgia, but he's not a former Bulldog or Yellow Jacket, or he didn't transfer. He committed to Penn State from the state of Georgia. And And he's waited his turn here a little bit. Reynolds in motion, and Fabiola going to hand off again to Cam Wallace, 26. And for whom the bell tolls with 7 minutes and change, Penn State's got a third down. The starters are out. Some backups, not all, or most of the players out there are backups. But it's experience. It's good experience too. Third and 7 from the 40. Rapouillat in motion. Fabiola going to tuck it and run, and he'll get a first down inside the 30 down to 28. They'll wind the clock. Did not get out of bounds, so wind it, let it roll. Game clock at 6:33, play clock at 33, so we'll go to 6 minutes before they snap at 6:01 probably. 6:02. You know, let it fucking run, drain it. So, a give, yeah. There's that Cam Wallace again, yeah. A little bit of a shuffle pass reverse, if you want to call it that. I think it's going to go down as a pass, so it's forward. So. Also got Tyler Johnson out there at wide receiver, number 8. With Reynolds in motion at tight end again. And Cam Wallace on the give. Julian Fleming's the other wide receiver I met at number 3, transfer from Ohio State. Billa's in at quarterback. Got the freshman and Cooper Cousins out there. Trying to see some other numbers. Looks like J.B. Nelson's still out there. He's played most of the game. 74's Javon Williams, who they've been high on. 72 as well. Nolan Rucci, transfer from Wisconsin. His dad played at Penn State back in the day. 52 is Dominic Rowley. So, yeah, that's your O-line right now here late in the game. 4th down coming up with 4:09 and counting to play. So they'll drain the clock, call timeout, and this is when they kick their field goal. So 3:55 to play, they'll call timeout and we'll take a commercial break. So we'll continue to fast forward here. Coming up on 4 hours for this live stream, so thanks for tuning in and listening. You might think I'm fucking crazy for attending the game, let alone 4 or 5 days later here, sitting down and rewatching it and streaming it. So, thanks. But Penn State going to kick a field goal. Sanders to Haydak from 46, they say, officially. And yeah, wide right. No good. Or else it'll be 37-12. So West Virginia getting the ball back with 3:48 to play. Yeah, they got a kicking issue, like I said earlier. But they show out the schedule, of course, which we know. We're going to get more into all this stuff this weekend, but touch on it real quick, just since they're on the road. They got a couple home games coming up. They don't go on the road again until they go to USC, which is October 12th. Okay, this game was August 31st. Their first home game September 7th. So they're going to be at home for a good, solid month. But they got a tough 5-game stretch that starts the week prior to going to USC. They host UCLA, haven't played them since 1960s. Then they go to USC, then they get another bye. Because remember, they got a bye not this weekend, but next weekend. They got 2 byes just with how long the season is, and then the conference games now. With the league being 18, and you play as many conference games as you do. They got 2 byes this year, September 14th and October 19th. But after that second bye, they got to go to Wisconsin, and then they get Ohio State and Washington at home. And Washington's the whiteout game. And then after that, it's the pass is going to be picked off far side at the 30-yard line. That's Elliott Washington, number 16. And he fell down after he caught it, so they mark it at the 30. So, yeah, there's the pick. 2:37 to play, 1st and 10, and that'll about do it. Because Penn State's just going to run out the clock now. But, no, after that, they got to go to Purdue, and then Minnesota, and then after Thanksgiving, they get Maryland at home. And then the Big Ten title games the week after that. College football playoff begins the weekend of December 19th and 20th, just prior to Christmas. And then you'll have the rest of the bowl games, but the rest of the playoff continue over the holidays into the new year, and then the national championship games January 20th, 21st, 22nd, something like that. So Cam Wallace again on the give, 3 yards for him. Remember, we got a 2-minute timeout, 2-minute warning coming up here at 2 minutes to play. Still going to be, it's not really going to be hard to get used to, because we're used to it in the NFL. It's just going to be odd seeing it in college football for a little bit until we're actually, all right, this is just the norm now. It'll take a couple games. So, yeah, 2-minute timeout, 2-minute warning. It's the same damn thing. It's called 2-minute warning. They just want to be different about it. But two minutes to play. Penn State's up 34-12. There's the blue band. We actually thought they left. And we're like, what the hell? Like, why the hell would they leave? And this was during the weather delay, because they didn't come back out when the game started. But then they obviously changed out of their equipment and put on street clothes. And, they arrived back like late third, early fourth quarter and, played the rest of the way. And then actually followed them back up home a little bit. But 2nd and 7. Cam Wallace, first down run for him, out past the 40 to the 44 as he loses his shoe. I'm like, why the hell is he wearing white shoes? Penn State doesn't wear white shoes. It's black shoes, basic blues, no names all game. You know that. Story is, though, back in the day, they did wear white shoes for somebody to scout them, to make them look slow. But then they go out on the field during the game and they're wearing black shoes and they're 10 times faster. I forget who they played But that was the story, that came out after Joe Paterno had died in 2012. That's why Penn State wears black shoes. But a minute to play here. Now under a minute to play here, 2nd and 8 for Penn State, so 2 plays, this game's over. They show off the West Virginia schedule. Eat shit, Pitt. They got to go to Arizona. That's a trek for the Big 12. That's like Penn State going out west, to USC or, something like that. So, that'll do it. That'll be the last play of the game. A couple yards up the middle. But they'll have post-game handshakes here, and Penn State's going to beat West Virginia, as we all knew on Saturday about 5:30 quarter 6, when this game actually did go final after the 2.5-hour weather delay. 34-12, your final score. So, take me home, country roads. They didn't play it, as everybody, for the most part, had already left by that point in time. So, Penn State's 1-0, West Virginia falls 0-1, but good luck to the Mountaineers rest of the way. If they take care of business, they're playing some good ball. Later on, a pretty good record. This is just going to make Penn State's win look even better, stronger. So we'll see how they fare in the Big 12 and main shift. They started 0-1 to begin last year after a loss against Penn State and won 9 games, won a bowl game. So James Franklin post-game interview, see what he's got to say. Yeah, more explosive for sure. They had 4 plays of 40-plus yards today when they had 8 all of last year. Jesus fucking Christ. Jesus Christ. Hostile environment for sure. Big road one. Yeah. Work the kinks out. Well, they got 2 more non-conference games coming up, before they get in conference play to do that. And then the Alma Mater. So, yeah, Penn State's hopefully going to take care of business when they got to take care of business and, be there towards the end of the year. So we are Penn State, 34-12 win for the blue and white over the Mountaineers of West Virginia. So some final stats and scores now. First off with some players before we get into team stats. Garrett Green, 15-28, $161. And then the backup quarterback had the interception. C.J. Donaldson had 12 carries, 42 yards rushing, and a touchdown. And then Drew Allard, 11-17, 216 passing, and not 1, not 2, but 3 passing touchdowns. 2 of them to Harrison Walls, the other to the Fat Man, to get on the board early in the game. Penn State took a 6-0 lead, 13-0 lead, and then it was 13-3, 13-6. Penn State scores once again right before halftime, 20-6. 2.5-hour weather delay. They drive and score on the opening drive of the second half. 40-yard touchdown run for Nick Singleton. Extend the lead, 27-6. West Virginia scores. Go for 2, don't get it. Penn State scores again. Boca Buell with that passing touchdown. He was 1 of 1 for 19 yards and the touchdown with Tyler Ward. So they had 4 total passing touchdowns, 1 rushing. That's how they got their 5 touchdowns. The difference of the 1 point was early on the first touchdown. They lined up to kick it, but then they decided to go for 2 and didn't get it, or else it would have been 35-12. And then remember, they missed a field goal from 46 yards. So then if they make that, they score the same 38 they scored last year against West Virginia. And then West Virginia, if they would have kicked a field goal early rather than going for it, everything else plays out the way it did for them. They also score the same 15 they did from last year, and the same exact score it was from last year to begin the season, which was a little odd. But 34-12 your final score here in 2024. So yeah, Drew Aller 11-17, 216 passing and 3 touchdowns. 1 to the Fat Man, 2 to Harrison Wallace. And then Purbill was 1 of 119 yards and a touchdown. Singleton had 13 carries, 114 yards rushing, and a touchdown. That was from 40 yards out on the opening drive of the second half, as mentioned. Drew Aller, 6 carries, 44 yards rushing, as he, tucked it and ran a few times. So, I mean, shit, he had almost close to 300 total all-purpose yards just by himself. When they had, close to almost 500 total yards as a team, for that matter. So, and then Singleton, over 100, for himself. Yeah, Katron had 10 carries for 20 yards. Did have the receiving touchdown, as mentioned. That was from 20 yards out as well, I might add. But Perbula, 325 rushing. Cam Wallace got some touches late, 9 for 24. Katron, Fat Man, as mentioned, 10 and 20. Penn State receiving. Harrison Wallace led the way. This was mostly all in the first half. I don't even think he did have a catch in the second half, so it would have been all in the first half then. 5 for 117 and 2 touchdowns. Omari Evans, 255 behind him. They didn't go to the tight ends a lot today. Tyler Warren, or on Saturday, I should say. Tyler Warren had 3 catch, 30 yards, and a touchdown late. They got depth at both wide receiver and tight end. I mean, they were playing who they were playing, but just no, targets, no catches. And then the 2 backs. Fat Man, 1 for 20 and a touchdown, and Singleton had to catch for 13 yards. So, I mean, I get it's the first game. They'll work kinks out. They'll, hopefully play better as each game, and the season progresses. KJ Winston led the team in total tackles with 12, 7 of them solo. Jalen Rieger behind him. Zane Durant had the sack, as did Smith Filbert on a strip sack fumble that DDS denied and Sutton had recovered. They had some tackles for loss, 6 to be exact. Keem the Dream Beeman with half. Zane Durant with 1.5, as did Tony Rojas. Zakee Wheatley had another half. Jalen Reed with 1. Smith Vilbert with 1. Elliott Washington had an interception. Penn State had a long 20-yard kickoff return, but that was it. No punt returns because they're all fair caught. Sanders and Haydak was 4-4 on his extra points, but missed the 46-yard field goal. And then Riley Thompson had a long 49 on the punt, in which he kicked 4 of them in this game. Overall team stats: Penn State had 21 first downs compared to West Virginia's 19. 5-11 on third down. Both teams were effective on fourth down as well. Penn State 1-1, West Virginia 3-4. But Penn State had 457 all-purpose total yards compared to West Virginia's 246, which really was the difference in the game. The ground game, the rush attack, 222 yards for Penn State compared to West Virginia's 85. And then Penn State had 235 passing to West Virginia's 161. So, yeah, it's like, 211 in the total yards differential. Penn State with 8 penalties, though. for 60 yards. When West Virginia only had 1 for 5, it says. How accurate that is, but didn't win that. They won the turnover battle. Then they won the time of possession by about a minute. 30-25 to 29-35. So, I mean, they went down to Morgantown and took care of business. What more could you ask for? Win's a win at the end of the day. So, I'll leave it at that. Thanks for tuning in and listening. I should tune back in this weekend for more, and all season long, but more Penn State football live, play-by-play reactions live right here on YouTube with myself, Chris, Encyclopedia Sports, Quinn, Luke 96. So 34-12, your final score, blue and white win, and they'll now have us blowing green before bye week this weekend. So we are Penn State, and here's the 2024, and hopefully a successful season. They went back-to-back with 10-plus wins the past 2 years. Hopefully they can get everything synced up and continue to run the football, and Drew Aller's making plays at quarterback, and they're playing Penn State defense and relying on special teams when they need to, and just overall don't do anything stupid. Don't shoot yourselves in the foot. That's going to be the main thing, as it always is and should be, for that matter. So, yeah, I'll leave it at that. I know I'll say more this weekend and in the weeks and games to come. But still wanted and figured I would, because I wanted to, but sit down and watch this game and still stream it and talk about it and call it as I normally would, even though I went to this game this past weekend and saw the blue and white win in person. So, I'll leave it at that. Just as always, once again, thanks for tuning in, and be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media if you haven't done so already, and hope to see everybody now this weekend. Penn State hosts Bowling Green at noon on Saturday. Big Ten Network, I do believe, if I'm not mistaken. We'll see if they can beat the Falcons before then the Steelers play at the Falcons, the Atlanta Falcons, on Sunday, about 24 hours or so later at 1 o'clock then. But in the meantime, once again, Penn State beats West Virginia 34-12 is your final score. So we are Penn State.